Проба. Едно, две, три, проба. Едно, две, три, проба. Едно, две, три. Това е английски канал. Едно, две, три, едно, две, три, проба. Едно, две, три, едно, две, три. Едно, две, три, проба. Едно, две, три. Добре. А български канал?
3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Чуваме ли се добре? Всичко наред ли е? Как? Добре. Супер. Значи имаме връзка, което е много добре. Едно, две, три, пет, 4, 7, 8. 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20, 25, 30, 50, 100, 100, 200, 300, 500, 1000, 1200, 500, 700, 300, 500, 200, 1200, 300, 500, 800, 1200, 300, 500, 1600, 900, 500, 3, 5 хиляди. Раз, два, три, пет, шест, седем, осем.
In proba. 3. 1, 2, 3.
I'll put these aside.
Скъпи гости, пречки на нашата конференция и паралелно с нея на изложението. Събитията са част от проекта GLENS, мрежи, които са включващи, устойчиви, подкрепящи жените и добре справящи се по някакъв начин с онлайн тормоза срещу момичета и жени. Изключително съм щастлива да ви приветствам така дошли. Имаме цялата подкрепа на столичната цена. Така че давам думата на нашите гости за приветствие.
Благодаря ви. Много се радвам на поканата до заместник кмет по дигитализация и иновации. Чувствам така длъжен съм да присъствам на такова събитие. Дигиталната среда си има своите предизвикателства и аз винаги съм се чудил защо полагаме толкова много усилия да подготвим децата си в физическата среда, как да пресичат улици, как да се върнат вкъщи преди да стане тъмно. А когато им дадем телефоните, не ги подготвяме по никакъв начин. В дигиталната среда тя изглежда измамно приятна, но всъщност и тя си има тъмни ъгълчета, които трябва как се държат и дали изобщо да. Много се радвам на това събитие, че точно този процес и ще ми е много интересно. Аз разгледах много интересни гости, много интересни техники. Пожелавам ви едно приятно изживяване и ползотворни срещи.
Който е директор на Британски съвет за България и Върнадик. Специално дойде вчера.
And of course to the representatives of the municipality, all of our partners. Thank you very much for the work that you have done with us for this journey. It's a milestone and we will continue to build on it. I won't say anymore because I think there'll be other opening remarks later on. But just this is to show our gratitude, our commitment, our engagement to continue and making sure that online spaces continue to be accessible and safe for young people and communities everywhere. Thank you very much.
За цялата работа, която сте свършили, благодаря, че сте заедно с нас в това пътешествие. Ние ще надграждаме на това, което сме постигнали до тук. Няма да говоря много, защото има много теми, които ще се засегнат по-късно днес. Искам да изразя нашата благодарност и ангажимент по отношение на тези теми. Аз искам само да отправя специални благодарности към всички, които подкрепиха проекта. Той се финансира от програма СЕРП на Европейската комисия. Подкрепа имаме от Столична община, от музея, от Националната агенция за развитие на човешките ресурси, има подкрепа на доброволците в Европейския корпус за солидарност и естествено цялата подкрепа, която имаме във ваше лице, да сте с нас, да покажете какво правите, какви прекрасни проекти и продукти сте създали. И всъщност днес идеята е да разговаряме в залата по темата, да обмениме опит и експертиза и да видим какво пък хората на терен са създали, да направим един обмен между си, за да може всичко това, което вече е създадено, то да продължи да се използва и да живее един нов живот. Така че нека да видим как днес ще протече, какъв обмен ще се случи в крайна сметка. Така че добре дошли на всички и заповядайте в конференцията. Само да кажа програмата, как ще протече. Подготвили сме 3 панела. Може да ги видите през QR-кодовете на английски и на български програмата. В почивките, естествено, нашите гости в конференцията са поканени да се разходят по щандовете, но сме предвидели между интервал между 3,5 и 4,5, специално време за обход и за разговор с колегите. Най-отзад ще има щандове да си направим преди. Изработили сме най-различни тематични слогани, свързани с дезинформацията, така че сте предошли да си изработите нещо персонално. Така че забавлявайте се днес и нека обмена да тече от всички посоки. Добре дошли!
Едно, две, три. Чуваме се чудесно. Така, започваме след секунди.
We are starting in seconds. Да, ето тук си.
Добре дошли. Искам да поканя господин
Welcome.
Сан.
I would like to invite Mr. Abdi Hassan
Да каже няколко
for his opening words. He will tell us about the support of the British Council. Your support is key to the project.
I'll take another stab at some opening remarks. Although we were just gathered outside, but what I wanted to start with, if you would allow me, is to do as loud as possible a round of applause, please, and I will join you.
Аплодисменти. Да.
Thank you very much. It's always great to start a speech with a round of applause. But more seriously, it is not for me. It is for the teachers, for the journalists, for the youth workers, for the artists, for the volunteers who make the digital world a little safer and a little fairer and a lot more humane. Thank you. And that sound that we have just gone through is a sound of energy and hope and the work that has been taking place. I want to share some reflections. The truth is, the reason we gathered here today is because the online world isn't always as safe or hopeful. Every day, countless people, especially women, LGBTQI communities, and people of color face targeted hate online. And I've looked around and I wanted to share some examples. And it was really, really difficult to find examples that are not shocking enough to share, because a lot of what I found online is really, really vile. But these are some of them. You should be burnt alive for what you said. We know where you live. Women like you need to be taught a lesson. She was asking for it. This is a comment on a rape case. Kick them out. They don't belong here. And they've used the N-word talking about Black people. You are disgusting. Someone should beat you in the street. This was against a member of the LGBTQI community. The difficulty for me was to find, as I said, ones I can share. And these are the mildest one I found. This is what digital hate looks like when you strip away all the other algorithms and hashtags and so forth. It is raw, it is cruel, and it is deeply shocking. The British Council work has always been about connection, about trust, connecting people through education, culture, and dialogue. And in today's digital age, that mission means empowering citizens, especially young people, to think critically, act responsibly, and stand for equality. Because without them, we will not be able to create a safe online space. Through GLENS, a partnership between the British Council, IPA Poland, MIX Cyprus, ANAIS Romania, and Open Space Foundation here in Bulgaria, we've been exploring how gender disinformation is spread and can build resilience. Together, we've supported volunteers, academics across Bulgaria, worked with teachers, journalists, and civil society partners to help young people learn, recognize manipulation, and protect one another. Alongside GLENS, we have also been running Credible Local Voices program across Bulgaria, Hungary, and Czech Republic, reaching more than 7,000 people directly, over 100,000 online, through our partnership with partners such as Sofia International Film Festival. There are many things to say and to add, but what I want to take a moment to do is to thank our partners. So from me personally, and from the British Council, thank you very much to the following partners: to IPA Poland, MIX Cyprus, ANAIS Romania, Open Space Foundation Bulgaria, the Association of European Journalists, Sofia Municipality, the Bulgarian Family Planning Association, the French Goethe and the Polish Institutes, the teams behind Sofia International Film Festival, Sofia Documental, National Anti-Trafficking Commission, and every educator, journalist, and volunteer who continues to do this important work. And to all of you who are gathered in this room today, I will leave you with one quote from one of the young people who took part in the program, the GLENS focus groups here in Bulgaria. Sometimes it feels like we are swimming in information, but drowning in confusion. I wish we were taught not what to think, but how to think. Thank you very much, and I wish you a great conference.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. И сега оставяме в твоите ръце.
Back to you for the first panel. This is Georgi Elenko from the National Children's Network. Thank you. I'm opening this first panel of our Digital Citizens Conference. It's difficult to start after those strong opening words on the hate speech. I will invite now our respected panelist, lawyer Julieta Mandagieva. Applause. Dr. Georgi Petrov. From Poland, Dr. Sonia Horonziak. And Italy, Dr. Elisa Rapetti. Dr. Rapetti. In panel one of the International Conference Digital Citizens GLENS, we will focus on the main rights and digital era. I'm Georgi Elenko, part of the National Children's Network, the biggest alliance of civil society organizations, rights activists, working with activists across the country for 2 years now. I will speak a bit slowly in order to make it easier for the interpreters. For 2 years now, we've been one of the two organizations together with the Family Planning Association. We support the Family Association in the safe net management. This is a point for the safe net, safe internet. You will hear about our prevention activities with students. We have been there for 20 years now. Now I'm turning to the panelists. Together with those outstanding speakers and the audience, we will discuss digital technologies, their legal regulation. We will discuss the interaction between technologies and the establishment of digital citizenship. What does it mean to be digital citizens and part of a digital community? Now, I will only explain our rules and then give the floor. Everyone will have 10 minutes for their presentations. After the 12th minute, I will kindly invite you to, and I will kindly interrupt you and stop you. After your 4 presentations, we will start a direct discussion with them so that you can ask your burning questions. Thanks to Dobby from the British Council, we will also include our online participants. Now we start with our first speaker, Julieta Mandagieva. I'm sure you know her very well. She is a lawyer specializing in digital rights law and regulation of digital technologies, big data, personal data. She has an MA from Queen Mary, and her specialty is media telecommunication. Thank you. I will speak slowly. She is a member of Digital Republic, bringing together lawyers, IT specialists, and other professionals. The mission of this group is to support everyone for the benefit of knowledge. She will speak about digital rights in Bulgaria, and this is a preparation for the human rights report of the Bulgarian Helsinki Committee. You have the floor, Mrs. Mandagieva.
It's up to you to decide how to change the slides. There's a pointer.
Зад проектора има оставен поинтер. Първи панел, първи говори, трябваше ни тази техническа пауза.
So this would be the official start of the first panel. I hope that online we also have sound. Thank you so much for your presence here on this sunny morning. I will use the term digital rights because Professor Nelly Ognyanova, she's adamant that this word, this term be used because it's a good Bulgarian term. I was asked this is impressive. This slide is impressive. So on this chapter of the rights, the report of Bulgarian Helsinki Committee, they asked me first to explain what digital rights is about, because the law of digital technologies platforms is something emerging. It's something novel. thanks to case law of courts, attempts to regulate this that are quite hesitant at the backdrop of the dynamic geopolitical situation. Really, it's like volcanoes brewing. So this really explosive environment, we have fragile rights. They are like borderline. They differ from conventional terms depending on the way they are exercised or not. In Bulgaria, these issues become more and more topical. In 2023, 2024, so in order to kick off the talk, let's start by saying that digital rights are human rights in a digital environment. There's another aspect too. These are standalone rights too. And they are related to platforms and networks. I don't have the time to speak about all the aspects, but I will focus on some aspects that are debated. One such right would be right to information. It's understood very broadly, both in terms of receiving information and the right to provide information on the part of active users. This right last year was manifested through the historical bar case. It's in the report. I invite you to read this in the report of the Bulgarian Helsinki Committee. The historical part, for those who don't know, is an initiative that got transformed into a political initiative. Initially, it was like a nationalistic initiative to revive heroic past through historical reconstructions and artifacts that are not historical original artifacts. It's located in northeast Bulgaria. So around this historical park, massive fundraising started. And it was Capital magazine weekly made a big coverage on that. And Lumir Zhechev decided to make a film on that. And this film provoked different responses by institutions. And basically this resulted in censorship. They started interviewing or rather interrogating people who bought tickets to see the film. They focused on the creator of the film. Well, this is not consistent with the right to expression. This led to a very lively debate in the social media, and usually such debates are not thoroughly authentic. There may be influences through bots and other technologies. With such means, polarization is sought in the States. Recently, you can see how a spillover can happen from the digital environment in the real life. Charlie Kirk's murder is one, assassination is the example. So this is one case study in the report of the Bulgarian Helsinki Committee. I don't have the time for the other digital right.
Виждаме съвсем накратко общена дилема,
Here,
която
this would be the
представлява
dilemma
правото на
in the nutshell. On the one hand, we have
информация,
the right to
това са
expression in
тези
information,
от друга страна,
and on the other hand, the attempts to curb this right through removing pages, massive reporting, and the financial influence in a quasi-moderator's role is very important. And whoever can pay for more reports something to be removed, they manage to have censorship. Posts are being removed, websites are being removed. One such example would be the removal of the website of the Justice for All. And the explanation is that it's a national security threat, the service. So more than a year and a half in the EU, the regulation, the Digital Services Act is in force. It provides for very mild regulation when allowing social media. They have some rights to remove without explanation content. However, we in Bulgaria it is not transposed yet. This is all in development. We'll see how Justice for All will respond to the removal. We'll see how this will play out. We'll see if some courts, national, supranational authorities will respond. So, illegal content, what this is about. The Digital Services Act provides for the following: illegal content to be restricted or removed in some cases, and EU is a contractual entity with many countries with different legal systems. Therefore, there's no definition of illegal content. This is left to member states to decide. So it's very important what our state will say illegal content is for the purposes of removal, legally or illegally, content. Meta-legally removal of content happens now. And for example, content that is political satire are being removed because of the strong authority and the big powers of the nation, the Combating Organized Crime Directorate. And litigation can be initiated on this. We may see how this happens. So in this context, the relevant the transposition of the Electronic Services Act in the national legislation is very important in order to say, to define the electronic environment in our little nook that Bulgaria is against the global context. Illegal content. Something that is quite close to it, disinformation. Since the pandemic, and maybe even before that, but the pandemic really made this flourish. We know that this is mushrooming across the social media. Sometimes even people with the best of intentions reproduce this because they don't know that they are part of an information funnel. This is the reverse of the right to information. This information compromises, harms the fabric of society, the very fabric of society, because it worsens existing rifts or creates new rifts Again, what happened in the States several months ago. Here, in a milder form, we can see the same. Such information events have been reviewed by the Commission against discrimination on the basis on the grounds of hate speech. This would be speech targeting the ethnicity of a public figure, anti-Semitic discourse. There's such a decision already, or the Commission. So we know only too well, even before the social media from the last century, we know. So they're very interesting phenomena. Advertising helps further disseminate this. We can see this in Romania, mobilizing this potential through the algorithms of social media. So advertising plus social media, we have enormous impact that would influence electoral voting activity and could possibly change outcomes of voting based on data and versus disinformation. So we have the rhetoric, we have the neuropsychological approaches too. This, of course, affects the political rights of citizens and the voting, the right to vote freely and in an informed way. So I would invite you for closing words. For many years, back from 2019, Digital Republic is a claimant on a collective action against the National Revenue Agency, class action against the National Revenue Agency on leakage of personal data, financial data of almost all Bulgarians that are working age. And so this litigation had a lot of obstacles. There were attempts to terminate it, but it's still on, albeit distant in time. And actually, all the measures against the National Revenue Agency were lifted or rescinded. And this litigation is the only measure left standing. And it's, of course, the basis is that GDPR and both the state and business have to abide by this. So, actually, we have directly implementable regulations of the EU, and Bulgaria, however, still hadn't done much in order to enforce it. One recent example is about a bill about imprisonment if you disseminate personal information about politicians, the latest thing.
Thank you, Mrs. Mandajeva. Welcome here. Thank you for speaking concisely about those fragile digital rights, the mobilization of bots and trolls, which results in censorship, the delicate question, sensitive issue of the Digital Services Act, the division in society, and the class action against the Revenue Agency. We will continue discussing those issues when we have a discussion panel later. Prepare your questions for lawyer Mandajeva. Now, Dr. Georgi Petrov from the Civil Participation Forum, we know him very well. I will share a couple of facts about him. He has over 20 years in creating, developing civil society networks for the past year. He has been active in empowerment of citizens, active participation of citizens in decision making, including through digital platforms. He has rich experience as a lecturer in vocational and higher education. He has a PhD from Sofia University. His topic is empowerment of digital citizens, citizenship and online tools. Dr. Petrov, you have the floor.
Благодаря. Аз ще се
Thank
възползвам
you.
от възможността да не съм седнал.
I will stand in front of you.
Признавам си, че 10 минути са ми малко.
10 minutes is a very short time, so we will help you.
Това няма да спре хронометъра.
And this will not stop your time running.
Първо да малко контекст, защо съм
Some
станал аз
context why I am here in front of you to speak about this topic. The Civil Participation Forum is a network of civil society organizations, over 100 in Bulgaria, working in different areas. We are brought together by the understanding that active civil participation is the basis for all democratic processes. We cannot have functioning democracy without active citizens. That is why we study civil participation in Bulgaria, and we make efforts to improve the environment and enhance citizen participation, including digital participation. Each of us on a daily basis uses digital tools, platforms. These are everywhere, and they create our habits in using digital tools. Those who want to have a good dialogue with us as citizens should take into account all this. In Bulgaria, we have a number of laws which oblige institutions to consult their decisions with citizens. I will quote an example, for instance, the municipal budget, which must be subject to public consultation before its adoption. There are other examples as well. Some years ago, the main consultation method was an offline event in person. I'm not saying institutions are to blame, but normally there was little interest, little attendance to those events. Over the past years, this has changed, and COVID played a role here. It suspended those offline events for some time. Some of the consultations happened online. For example, Strategy BG is a website platform where we can have access to documents and we can consult them. Our organization and others supported many municipalities in shifting from offline consultation towards online consultations or hybrid consultations. This also educated citizens and taught them to participate more actively. The involvement of people, citizens, in particular younger people, became stronger. So far, they didn't take part so much in such discussions. In order to use those digital tools effectively, they need to be regulated by law so that what is discussed during the consultation can be passed into the law.
съответно институциите все още имат доста работа.
Institutions have some room for improvement, though. Unfortunately, the representative of Sofia municipality left already, but with our support, Sofia municipality
Провеждане на обществени консултации,
passed an ordinance on public consultations 10 years ago. It was replicated in other municipalities later. It regulates the public consultations, and we also helped Sofia municipality to introduce digital instruments in the citizen budgets. I congratulate Sofia municipality that last year they introduced a digital tool for citizen budgets. It was opened recently, and you can submit your initiatives, your proposals by the 10th or 11th of November. It is very important to be active as citizens because inclusion is a two-way process. Without us, it is impossible.
Това съм написал тук, че всъщност е необходимо да се създаде капацитет.
That is why I insist it is important to create to build capacity at institutions and at the level of citizens. People will be involved if they believe their opinion matters. Over the years, we have been advocating in the municipalities where we work. We see that a public consultation which brought 7 or 8 people in a previous edition brings a couple of hundred participants in a hybrid format. So citizens see their voice and their voice matters, and they are more active. Why digital platforms? Communication between citizens and institutions is more intensive, more inclusive. As I said, we overcome a number of obstacles. For instance, young people who are used to digital participation join this discussion. Of course, there are people who are not so digitally experienced, but there are parallel offline events for them. This mobilizes minimum resources at the institutions. They are also available everywhere online. You only need a device in order to get connected to the internet and browser. I will quote an example with a digital platform. I'm using this example because I have been using this platform mostly. This is the biggest platform, but there are many other platforms. Sofia municipality uses a platform used by Barcelona, and also is Madrid's platform. Those two open code platforms are very useful, and there are many others which provide similar services. You can see this platform is available around the world. What are the benefits? This is a free of charge platform. It is easy to adapt to the needs of the institution. I'm not speaking only about municipalities. You will see that it is used to achieve a good dialogue. In a number of situations, such platforms enable the inclusion of all processes in consulting. So they mobilize citizen participation. It is easy to modify because it is an open code system. There is a network of developers ready to support us if we face a problem. It has high levels of security.
да може да
in order
гарантираме
to
на
guarantee
гражданите, че техните данни,
the citizens that the data they provide to the data to the platform are safe. This is a priority issue.
Това са част от възможностите, които
These are some of the modalities
предлага платформата.
of this
Тъй като имам
platform.
по-малко от 3 минути,
I have less than
бързо
3
през,
minutes. I will only cover
колкото да спомена,
those issues very fast and
след това във времето за въпроси, ако съм
during the question and answer session, I will reply to your questions if you have any.
започвам с предложение на гражданите.
Citizen
Това е една възможност,
proposals.
чрез която
This is
гражданите дават предложения.
an option where citizens can give their
Как
proposals.
да се случи? Други граждани подкрепят или
Other
подкрепят
citizens
предложение,
support
съответно,
this
то
proposal,
преминава по етапи на
and
гласуване и приемане или не.
it is
Примерно,
further adopted or
преди
rejected.
подобен
In
начин,
Madrid,
граждани предложиха да се промени
citizens
начинът за
proposed a change in
таксуване в градския транспорт, което
paying
с този процес беше
tickets
приет
in
от
the public
общината и
transport.
ползи
It was
цялата
approved
общност
by
на
the municipality, and this is now in place in Madrid. You see, there is a voting process. It's a separate unit because it has a number of options. Citizens can vote online with a ballot and so on. Nobody is banned from voting. Now, joint lawmaking. How many of you have worked in creating regulatory documents? You know how difficult it is. You have a document of 150 pages and it has to cover all points of view. This joint lawmaking enables the process. It is a visible online platform. It optimizes the process. Citizen budget. It is already available in Sofia municipality. It is a more complicated process. It goes through a couple of stages. The municipal council in Sofia has a different solution from what you see here, but the municipality decides what share of the budget to be reserved for citizen budgets. Citizens bring up their proposals, support different proposals, decide whether they're feasible. And those with the highest number of votes will be implemented. From different processes, we create a single process. So this is something that happens across the process. Discussions, of course, there are Facebook groups where we have a number of discussions, but this platform channels the communication between citizens and the institution, and also it is officialized. It has the same value as submitting our document to the registry of the municipality. It will be handled, it will be taken into account. I will sum up those slides. What an institution needs to do? First, it has to pass a decision to allocate resources to ensure the technological resources, either internal or external, to motivate citizens and to ensure the ongoing, continuing operation of this system. Final slide. Some examples. Colombia's governments use this tool to create a national development plan. In Uruguay, they use it as a mechanism to create the national strategy for open governance. In Paris, they use the platform to decide how to use the city public housing budget. In Buenos Aires, they use a module for budgeting through participation for the management of more than $30 million. In Madrid, they allocated 100 million euros for the implementation of citizens' ideas. Two big squares in Madrid were built thanks to that. In Slovenia, a small town, actually, they included citizens with this tool. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Petrov, for this summary on our newly acquired the habits for digital for citizenship, for presenting the council platform. The dialogue will be taken further. I want to see the points of intersection between the first two presentations. When a platform for a public hearing is under siege by bots. So we'll leave this for the discussion. Dr. Petrov led us to Spain, Slovenia, however, we'll hear out good practices from Poland and Italy. Dr. Sonia Horonziak, and she will be presenting. She's from the Institute on Public Affairs in Poland. She is teaching professor at the Warsaw University, graduate from the Jagiellon University in Krakow. And between 2020 and 2023, she was scientific contact specialist with the Polish Academy of Science. For many years, she's been cooperating with academia across the world and in Poland, working with different organizations, Bulgarian included. She's author of many publications on political polarization and many other such topics. So she will speak about disinformation. Yes, Attorney Mardogieva, this is the topic and how it impacts democratic processes. Yes, Dr. Petrov, this is to you. And polarization of public opinion. Let's welcome Dr. Horonziak.
Thank you so much for having me here. Sorry for not speaking in Bulgarian. I tried to work on my Cyrillic, but maybe next time, But today, yes, I want to, because the topic of this conference and of the GLENS project, of course, I want to talk about polarization and disinformation and how it actually interacts with every other democratic institution and process that we are having, and why, especially nowadays, it's really relevant times to spread of disinformation. So I will show some slides and some pictures to actually paint a picture of how is it interconnected. Unfortunately, how is it interconnected, how disinformation is interconnected within today's societies. And we see this is the Eurobarometer, so it's done among the European member states. The survey is from this year, from spring, and we have the question if the rapid spread of disinformation is a major problem for democracy. And as you can see, almost citizens of all our European Union countries says, yes, it is. Yes, it is. Everyone are aware of that. I don't know what's happening in Czech. They are a little bit less aware of that. But still, majority of citizens on the European Union believes that disinformation is a major problem for democracy.
Pardon,
And
Dr. Natural for me, but I may kindly ask you to speak a bit slower in service of our interpreters. But thank you very much for the good tempo. It's very, very good.
This is the problem that I want. Okay, slower. Yeah. So, and now, if we are seeing that kind of picture, the question is it good that we are aware that this is a problem for democracy? On the one hand, one should say, of course, but not entirely, and I'm going to show you why. So I want to talk about the political disinformation. So the disinformation in the political zone that undermines trust in institutions, that divides societies, that makes us more polarized, and that erodes norms. And this is happening. And nowadays we are talking about polarizations everywhere. And the question is it necessarily true? Are we really that polarized? So I just want to show you two pictures. The first one is from 2014. And this is the score by VDEM, how much polarized world societies are. As you can see there, everything that is bluish, it's rather fine. We are not so polarized. Everything that is, more towards red means the society is polarized. Here you can see Bulgaria, quite good, 2014. In Poland, not so much, but still, okay, fine. In Europe, generally, rather positive. Now, let's take us forward 10 years, and you can see what happened to the world. So you can see that Poland is bright red right now, this very, high end of the polarization. Bulgaria also got a little bit worse, fortunately not so much, but still. But you can see, like, if you do this and this, basically we are getting more and more polarized. And what does it mean? It means that because polarization is a political tool, the consensus within the polarized societies is only found within one political camp. So we have division, us versus them. What does it mean? If one group says something false about the other group, everyone is going to be, yeah, that is it. Because we can agree only within our camp. So that means that it's very easy to spread disinformation in the more polarized societies. However, and this is actually like the main point of my presentation here, the exposure to disinformation. Okay, we know that people in European Union perceive disinformation as a danger, but do they actually encounter it? Do they meet the disinformation? Do they come across? This is the question from the same Eurobarometer. Do you often come across disinformation? As I could see, yes, most of the countries, most of the respondents, of course, it differs among the countries, but even in like Estonia or like in Czech Republic, still over like 60% of citizens encounter disinformation often. I'm not even saying about like here, Hungary, Cyprus, Greece, that have like the extremely high levels of coming across this information. And you might think, well, it's a good thing that people know that there is this information, they know they see it, they encounter it, that can acknowledge it. On one hand, yes, we are more aware that this information exists. We have, conferences about it, we hear about it, media are spreading information about it. However, when there is so much disinformation, we feel that everything that we hear is disinformation. What does it mean? We stop believing in everything. Yes, we are becoming more cynical. We are saying that media are spreading disinformation, all kinds of media. We are saying that institutions are spreading disinformation. People are spreading disinformation. So we feel that disinformation is all around us. So we lose trust. And here's another thing also from this year, better to trust in media in general, in any kind of media. Majority of European Union citizens tend not to trust. As I was saying, of course, it differs. In Finland, they do trust, like 80% trust. In Poland, 50% trust in media. However, in Cyprus or Greece, around 20% trust in media. Majority of respondents do not trust the media. Then maybe, okay, I cannot get the information from media. I know that there's a lot of disinformation. Maybe institutions. So we can see trust in the institutions, political parties, very bad. No one believes them. National governments, this is the average for the European Union. Of course, also not so great. National parliament, not really. Justice system, a little bit better. With the local authorities, it's getting better. However, and this is some constant, the trust toward public democratic institutions in European Union is declining over the years. So we have disinformation. We are aware that there is disinformation in the world. However, we don't trust any kind of institutions or media or sources to get the information. And where does disinformation, especially in political realm, spreads? In digital space. This is #1 source of disinformation: social media, online news platforms, any type of blogs, communication. This is where disinformation is being spread. It can be spread by individual users. It can be spread by organized influence groups like foreign interference as well. Second point, also digital realm, bots, AI, chats. There as well, we can see disinformation, and unfortunately, politicians as well. And I will refer in a moment to the first presentation, actually, like the implementation of any regulation is also mixed with the political sphere. However, we can see that sources of disinformation are mostly digital realm. So now we have where the disinformation spread. We know we don't really trust media, we don't really trust institutions. So where do we actually come to get the information that maybe we will believe in? And I will show you the research particularly focused on young people. This was the research that was done in the Central Europe on youth population from 16 to 29. So you see, this is the case of Poland, Hungary, and Slovakia. And Poland, the #3 sources of gathering information about public events from young people: Facebook, YouTube, Instagram. In Hungary, online media sites, YouTube and Facebook. Slovakia, Instagram, publicly available web portals, and video messages on YouTube, which means that for young people, the #1 source of information is not media, public media, it's not institutions, it's not even, family and friends. It's the online sphere where the disinformation is most prevalent and most spread. You can see the division, like I highlighted the Poland here. So even on the 5th place, there's TikTok, then there's publicly available web portals. So, there are some other sources of information in Poland. Private radio is surprisingly very high on the list. However, most of the first places, let's say, this is the online sphere that's unfortunately very flown with disinformation. So just, I don't know how much.
Concluding remarks.
Okay, but thank you, because this is my finishing remarks.
Wonderful.
I want to just point out to some challenges that we need to address it. So first, I would say this is the main point of this presentation, that it is not enough to only make people aware of disinformation, that it exists. Because if we will only make, hey, there's disinformation everywhere, what does it mean? That people would stop trusting also the reliable sources. So this is not enough. Then we have poorly regulated digital space. Unfortunately, this was covered by the first presentation, DSA. We have social media companies that are really not in favor of this regulation. The very regulation is not so precise. We have national governments that have a very free will of implement DSA and then do it in various ways. We have also the widespread use of AI to obtain information right nowadays. You don't go even to Google, you go to ChatGPT to get information. And actually, one example, Democracy Reporting International did a research on what kind of information different chatbots like ChatGPT or different are giving about elections. 1 in 7 information was false. Because chat won't say, I don't know. They will just come up with something, and they will mislead you even on the so much important topic as elections. And the third thing that I think is my finishing point and keep focus, digital education. As of now, digital education is not being a part of obligatory curriculum, and it's supposed to be, at least I think so, because as you can see from the data, over 40% of 13, 14-year-olds in the European Union lack basic digital skills. as I was saying, it's not only about making them aware, it's only also about making them, skilled to actually know who to trust, but not only to distrust everyone. So I think I will finish with this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Dziękuję, Dr. Chorundziak, bardzo dobrze. It pains me truly to interrupt any of these esteemed lecturers because each of these presentations can fill a whole event on its own. But we ought to move forward. So thank you for presenting us so much statistical data systemized so coherently. In the NGO sector, we have an unhealthy obsession with statistics, so thank you for this. Now switching back to Bulgarian, благодарих на доктор Хорунзяк за тези статистически данни, за този ясен фокус на паневропейско равнище върху...
Dr. Horunziak for her presentation on the disinformation and the vicious circle between disinformation, radicalization, disinformation from the Safe Internet Center and the Children's Network. We are very fond of these figures. We are in an information war. Unfortunately, at the moment, we are losing this war. Now, I will give the floor to our fourth panelist, Dr. Elisa Rapetti from Italy. She has a PhD in social studies and applied sociology. She cooperates, assists in a number of trainings, and she works with the DARE network since 2019 in the field of democratic education and human rights education. She focuses on how rights and pedagogical methods are transformed in digital transformation. She offers her perspective in gender-based inclusion topics, and her topic today is the participation of young people in digital management, pedagogical aspects of digital transformation, especially when it comes to citizenship and democratic education.
Presentazione è pronta, prego.
Good morning. This is a spoiler. Okay. Thank you for inviting me. It's a very interesting opportunity for me to exchange with you. As I said, I'm a trainer, so I'm not used to have this kind of speech. I usually have this co-creation of knowledge. So help me. I'm from DARE Network. It's a network that works for democracy and human rights education. We work for democrat training for trainers and for young people, but also with adults, because we know that adults need democratic education too. Since some years, we work on digital citizenship education because it's something that we have to understand and we have to work with the younger generation. Basically, I will talk to you about the Digital Youth Work project. It's right-sensitive, open, accessible, and democratic. So it's from the UNICEF frame about the right of young people. I don't mention all the partners, but you can see it. So it's an international partnership, and we are working together. But before to go to the point, I want to ask you some opinions. And first one is, do you think it's possible to imagine a digital world without surveillance and control? So I ask you to use your mobile to scan the QR code.
Mentimeter. Love this instrument.
And you have some possible to answer, some options.
Можете да сканирате кода и да се включите онлайн.
QR code and join us online.
Yes.
Maybe if you click a present, we can see larger. Okay. Oh. Okay. One people missing, if maybe. Okay, so the first one it's covered by the QR code, but it's yes. So we can imagine a different word. Thanks to the people that answer like this. Maybe or no. So I see that it's a main point here in our answer. I come to this question after a week of work that we had with the expert and educators in Madrid for this project. And we discussed a lot about the topics and the methods that we have to use in digital youth work. But when we came to the point on how to guarantee the voice of young people for the possibility to have impact on how digital technology runs, we discovered that we are poor in ideas, poor of power. So the first thing is empower ourselves as trainers, as educators, to understand how it will be possible. Because we know that we have like these big structures and powers that are running above us, and sometimes we are the first that. So I really like it the opening of the ceremony saying that we have to come back to the value-oriented and political education when we do citizenship and digital education. Because it's about political issues, and sometimes we are afraid to say that, but actually that's the point. Second question. When you imagine a digital world without surveillance and control, what words come to your mind? So let's try to imagine that it's possible.
I'm saying online solipsism, in meaning that you create this whole universe of your own and you close and barricade yourself there. So no surveillance, because everyone has their own huge online universe.
Yes.
Let's say in 100 years down the road. So not now, but yeah.
Okay. Confusion, chaos, freedom, the most voted. Empowerment, disinformation, violence, madness, agora, nature, that's interesting. Education, heaven, trust, scary. Okay, that's interesting because without control, there is confusion, there is chaos, but there is also freedom. So how we balance it? So that's the point. One ethical question is, do we need control? Yes, I would say, but which kind of control and from whom? That's the point. decide the rules. That's something that, as said in the first presentation, institution trying to do in the digital world, but we know that the counterparts have a lot of power. So how to manage this? And that's another point very important to fix. So thank you for this brainstorming. I will keep with me. It's the first time that I do this question in a big event. I go to the presentation again.
You're switching.
Basically, I want to share with you some information about the analysis that we have done in this project. What we have done is trying to understand the practices and the method that are already used in the digital youth work for digital citizenship education, and trying to understand the gap that we have, what missing and what we consider important to fill. But we have some, let's say, premises, assumptions. Well, the comic strip, it's a quotation, it's a quote from David Foster Wallace. Maybe some of you already know. And I use it, generative AI to make the comic strip. So that's something good that also generative AI can do. The point is what we consider and what the younger generation considers something that it's part of their life, we have to question it, because the fish does not that the water matter, but we know, no? So the point is, the first, it's digital youth work. Digital youth work, it's youth work. We use this separate name, but actually it's youth work. And it's a youth work in the meaning of when we use the model of democratic education. So we have to understand the digital transformation, know about digital transformation. We need to learn through digital device, digital skills. We have to do this kind of technical development of competencies, and we need to educate for digital transformation. It means participate and co-create this development. We use it a post-digital perspective. So the idea is it's not about online and offline. We live in this world and it's already mixed up. It's not something that happened in virtual realm or in the physical one. And this is what Luciano Floridi said on life. We live a life that's on life. It's mixed up. And this is really easier to understand for younger generation, because they didn't experience the change. And then the last one, and I think that I finished my time. The digital co-determination of the society. So the point is, it's not about the technology impact of the society, and it's not the society decide all what is the technology, but it's a co-determination on the development. So it's not useful to say, oh, the digital do that. It's not the platform that creates its speech. It's a tool in a way that we can express some kind of emotion, bad behaviors, whatever. And the point is here, questioning technology. I think that we take for granted technology. Not I, but the expert actually. And for example, the easiest example, it's artificial intelligence. Now we have it, so we use it. As they promote it. But why the AI gen is developed? From whom? For who? Which kind of use? So you know, I know the data, but it's not very updated. But for the company that using develop artificial intelligence are 98% white young men in the Silicon Valley, basically. So what kind of environment they are creating for women, for Black people, for not straight, and so on. And it's a matter of inclusion. And of course, we can go with the more example. I skip the question. I want just to conclude, we identify three main topics to deal with in the analysis of the practices that link into environment and digitality. So to understand how digital transformation interact with the sustainability in terms of ecological, but social and economic. Identity and digitality, it means that my behavior as an individual, as a person, is interconnected with the structures that run the digitality, and of course the governance of digitality. So all this, what we reflect on about disinformation, information disorder, and how the media and the platform relate to public institutions. I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. You posed questions to the audience, so you broke the pattern. Now we'll reverse tables and the audience will be posing questions, but thank you for speaking about the post-digital perspective, the meta hybrid on live, as you called it, existence that we're all leading. And for, of course, focusing on digital identity and all these new important topics. Благодаря още веднъж на доктор Рапети за тази много ефектна презентация и за това, че отвори в нашия
for this very informative presentation. Thank you for opening the debate on the post-digital era and how our digital identity comes up, influences it, triggers it, what triggers it. So, questions and answers. The rule is short question, short answer. We want to be as democratic as possible. We don't want to set a negative example for the next panels. Dobby, thank you so much. Dobriana, she's monitoring for any questions posed online. First, to the audience here, do you have a specific question to any of our presenters?
Никой не поставя въпрос. Впоследствие колелото се завърта и цяла гора от ръце изниква пред нас. И сега ще се получи така. Ако нямате готов въпрос, аз съм се подготвил с няколко такива и много се вълнувам да ви попитам по всяка от темите. Например, по-рано доктор Петров каза, гражданите трябва да са дигитално включени. Какво
competencies
Хоризонтална
that,
тема в
that
учебната
have to be horizontally present in curricula. And the Center for Safe
Темата за
Internet
социално-емоционалното
works on that actively.
доминантните
The social emotional education, the
Дали
prevailing
помня
emotions in the
кратък
public
въпрос,
discourse is another important topic.
които били желал да
Short
поставят
questions,
въпрос.
short answers.
Нашите
Anyone?
аудитори. Може би имаме запитване онлайн.
Maybe we have a question online. We don't.
It's not all online, actually it's from myself. As already mentioned from the British Council, I'm speaking in English because it's towards our Italian colleague. I wanted to ask, when you have these specialized trainings, especially for young people, do you also include refugee groups, foreign citizens living in Italy? Because I know that there are quite big communities of young people who are foreigners, refugees, especially ones coming from Africa, using Italy as a transit country, let's say. And also any other communities, ethnic minorities. Do you work with this kind of people? How do you approach them? Because as my colleague Georgi mentioned, also as it was discussed with our other panelists, it's very important to be as inclusive as possible, because what we see here, for example, in Bulgaria, in relation to disinformation, and my distinguished colleagues will speak also about that in the other panels, but there are certain groups that are more vulnerable when it comes to disinformation, and usually it's related, of course, to their literacy, and not only media and digital literacy, but literacy in general, because some could be illiterate, especially from some of the Roma minority groups, and usually disinformation messages would target also refugee communities. So that's why I'm interested, because I know Italy has a very strong experience in working with such kind of groups. So I don't know, either you or your organization or maybe partners.
I can speak from like the ground, and it's not about the work we do with their network. I would say that for the minors, we have a kind of system to accompanying them, basically because we have schools. So at schools, we have this specific, I would say, inclusion thinking. Not, I don't know how much it's working, but at least we have it both in a organizational way, logistic way, to think about, I don't know, specific classes for Italian languages or for specific. And we usually this kind of the minors that you mentioned, refugees, they are not accompanied, so they don't have parents usually. And so we have also the social services that take care. The point is how far the school can be inclusion can be, yes, really inclusive. And from another perspective, how far we worry about giving these people citizenship education, because that's another big point. And now with another project, we are working on marginal group and how to promote participation and global citizenship education with this marginal group. Working not on this theoretical, but starting from the ground, starting from small events participation, and then lead some kind of events from them. So that's, but I would not, it's systemic, it's some trying.
Thank you very much. Ci sono anche tanti bulgari in Italia, non sono tanto интеграти. Дайте да благодарим много на адвокат Мандаджиева, която има да хване пак.
Mandaджиева, she needs to get a train. She made a very informative, good presentation.
Вече един от нашите презентатори не е с
One
нас
of our
и е ред да каже, че
presenters
имаме възможност за още един-два заключителни
is not
въпроса.
here in
Така
the
че ви
panel anymore.
насърчавам
So one or
приключите.
two
Доби отново.
closing questions.
Извинявам се, този път
Dobby.
нашия
Now
участник
we
от
have a question
Румъния,
from Romania. Andreas Troitsas, our colleague, has a question to Dr. Sonia Horonziak.
We have a question from one of our colleagues from Romania. She greets the whole conference. It's our colleague from the British Council, Andrea. You have mentioned that there is a need to embed digital education in the national curriculum, and my colleagues want to check if there are any examples from the countries who already made some steps in this direction, or have they adopted a strategy in this respect?
Yeah, so of course, there are some countries that are already so much more advanced at this level. I would say Scandinavian countries in that respect, like for example, Sweden. And of course, I will refer to my favorite graphs that if you also look at the data from those countries, you can see that they have, for example, higher trust levels. Yes, higher trust levels toward public institutions, toward democratic institutions, towards media. So we see that this actually can work. Of course, there are some moves right now because as it was already said that these are the children that are raised in on life world, but we still treat education and education about digital space as something, like additional. It's the same from 20 years. It's changing also, like in Poland, to give you an example, they are trying to implement this. They are more focused around the topics. However, as I say, as long as it's not going to be actually obligatory, we still cannot expect it to improve the education or whatsoever. So I think there are good examples and we should strive to have them, but I would really love to see the implementation of some resolution at the European Union level, actually. So thank you for the question.
Thank you very much. Последен въпрос от някого от аудиторията. Сега е времето за заключителен въпрос. Просрочихме малко.
This would be the final question. We went a bit over, but the information was very interesting.
Също може да ползваш този.
То не е толкова въпрос, но много
Not
благодаря.
a question. Thank you so much. I followed the presentations closely, and maybe I'm thinking of a topic that may be discussed further. It's not just about the absence of digital literacy skills, especially among the young. This horizontal interconnection, citizenship, active citizenship, digital skills, the lack of this promotes disinformation. And I would like to see more of this connection. Civic education, civic engagement, civil engagement, and the digital environment. Yes, this would be the bridge towards the next panel. This was great. Very relevant. Let's thank our presenters.
Сега е време за кратка почивка. След
Short break. Then panel 2.
For all of you that watch us online, we'll continue after 20 minutes.
In that moment, we offer you to show, to see our products from one significant project in Bulgaria, Digital Kids, and 3 videos that are done by real case of signals given in our national phone number of safety internet.
Аз съм Мария и бях 10-ти клас. Имах си всичко. Приятелки, готини родители, по-голям брат, който ме дразни понякога, но си го обичам. И в училище всичко беше наред. Но имаше един проблем. Не бях напълно щастлива. Нямах гадже. А всички други имаха и постоянно говореха за това. Вече не можех да се включа и в разговорите им. Една вечер, докато учих за един тест, телефонът ми извибрира. Покана за приятелство. Беше на 19. Не го познавах, но изглеждаше симпатичен и реших да му пиша. Започнахме да си говорим по-често. Той беше различен от другите момчета. Интересуваше се от мен. И така продължихме няколко седмици. Един ден Гого ми предложи да се видим по видеочат. Беше мил, чаровен и настоятелен. Вълнях се малко, но си казах добре, като се обещах да бъда внимателна. Тогава той предложи да играем на новата му настолна игра. Искаше аз да му казвам, а той да ми мести човечето. Съгласих се, но имаше едно условие. При всяка загуба да сваляме по една дреха. Страхувах се, но си казах добре. Започнахме да играем, аз започнах да губя. Нещата ставаха все по-сериозни. Той настояваше да продължаваме, аз не исках да го разочаровам. В един момент бях останала само по потник и бело. Той ми каза да си сваля потника, разбира се, директно отказах, но той беше твърде настоятелен. Каза ми, че мога да му се доверя. Аз изключих камерата и се съблякох. Той започна да ми казва колко съм красива и че няма какво да се притеснявам. Повярвах му и включих камерата. Отново изгубих, но вече нямаше как да продължа. Бях останала само по бело и категорично отказах. Тонът му рязко се промени. Каза ми, че това са правилата на играта и че няма връщане назад. Аз не знаех какво да правя. Наистина го харесвах и затова не исках да спра да си пиша с него, но затова просто започнах да се събличам възможно най-бързо, за да мога да приключа с играта и тогава го чух. Штрак. Един звук, една секунда, която срина всичко в мен. Даже не можех да викам, защото изгубих гласа си. Попитах го, снима ли ме? Той ми каза, че е твърде късно да спрем тук и че ако не се покажа цялата, ще изпрати снимката на приятелите ми. Паника, просто изключих компютъра. Чувствах се срината и предадена. Какво щеха да си помислят всички за мен, ако видят тази снимка? Той започна да ме заплашва в чата. Къде си? Защо ми затвори? Как може така да се държиш с мен? Предупредихте какво ще се случи. Животът ми беше съсипан.
Паднеш в подобна ситуация, знай, че нямаш вина. Търси помощ, като споделиш с родител, съученик, учител или друг приятел. Подай сигнал в дирекция киберпрестъпност на ГДБОП или в Центъра за безопасен интернет.
След това майка ми влезе в стаята и започна да ме успокоява. Беше ме срамо случилото се, но някак си събрах смелост и разказах всичко. Тя каза, че всичко ще се оправи, че преди време в училище са чули за Център за безопасен интернет. Отворихме страницата им safenet.bg и подадохме сигнал за сексторшън на дете от пълнолетно лице. Блокирах го, докладвах профила му и се успокоих. Не бях сама и това беше най-важното. Научих, че доверието трябва да се заслужи. И че никой няма право да ме кара да правя нещо, което ме кара да се чувствам нещастна.
Бъдете внимателни и не се доверявайте на непознати, за да ви е окей в него.
Аз съм колко? Бях на 10.
Żałujesz? 1, 2, 3. 6. 1, 2, 3. Така, окей. Mm. Angeli, Anthony. Да. Да. Чакаме ли още някого?
Are we waiting for somebody? No.
Здравейте на всички. Предлагам да
Hello,
започваме.
let's start.
Съжаляваме за
Sorry for
техническия
the
проблем,
technical
но
issues, but
сякаш ще стане,
as
както в този
we
панел
will
ще
see in this
говорим за дигиталния
discussion,
свят.
we will discuss
Не можем без
digital,
него.
the
Не
digital
можем да сме
world.
офлайн.
We cannot
Така че
be
се наложи
offline,
малко
so
да изчакаме,
we had
за
to
да
wait
може
for a while
нашите
in order to
онлайн
make sure our online participants
да бъдат част от
are part of
събитието.
this event.
Така че официално мога да ви кажа,
I will now welcome you
здравейте от мен, Мария.
officially.
И добре дошли на нашия втори панел.
Now we are starting
Медийна
our
грамотност
second
и
panel,
дезинформация.
Media Literacy and
Аз
Disinformation.
имам удоволствието да го
I will
модерирам.
be the facilitator. I'm a journalist. I became a journalist in 2005. Over the past years, I have been also a documentary director. I'm happy to be able to moderate this panel. In my both roles, for me, it is important to show the truth and to focus on facts. The golden rule of journalism.
Когато се подготвях за
When I was preparing for this
събитие, си дадох
event,
сметка, че
I
казах, бях стажант журналист през
was
2000
I thought about my
и това
internship as a journalist in 2005. The information world at that time was more orderly. I started as a trainee at the Bulgarian news agency BTA. Truth was religion there. Then I joined the newspaper. We received information from traditional media, radio, TV channels, newspapers. I started every day with a newspaper. I don't know when was the last time you opened the newspaper on paper. And let alone social media. In 2005, there were no social media, Facebook or other channels. We had MySpace, the dinosaur of social media, ICQ and Skype. We exchange information informally, and we used it for communication. Now, 20 years later, we have this convenience, but it is also an inconvenience, the smartphone. With some scrolling and click, we are in a sea of information. For the past 1 minute, I'm sure that when you turn on your smartphone, you will receive gigabytes of information which were accumulated for the past 1 minute. I can't imagine my 19-year-old self would know how the new generation, the Z generation, live now. People nowadays face the question, where is the truth? What is true? What is the source? In the past, we didn't think about the source of information, but this is the most important rule in journalism. When we come upon some information, we have to ask ourselves, where does it come from? So the topic of this panel is challenges in the digital environment, disinformation, coming from social media, internet. This is the environment we live in.
Пред вас са всъщност 6
You have 6 panelists in front of you. They have dedicated their professional career to fighting disinformation. I will introduce them to you. Every day they find solutions, and I'm happy in this panel we will focus on solutions, not only the problem itself. Now, let me introduce Senior Assistant Maria Yurukova, PhD, and Adriana Dikancheva from Sofia University. We have an online participant, Olga Jurash from the UK. Professor Jurash.
Can you hear you as well?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. Good morning, everyone. Pleasure to be here.
Thank you for being with us. След това, Нина Кутева от Асоциация за развитие на София.
Kuteva from the Association for Development of Sofia.
И
Anjali Avatapali from the American University in Bulgaria. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. It was a challenge for me. All of them every day are looking for solutions to dealing with disinformation, which is in our everyday life. In the next 90 minutes, we are going to answer a very important question: how education, media, and even entertainment can counter disinformation. Actually, I forgot to introduce one more lady, Iskra Janobetska, who is one of the founders of the Knigovište educational platform. Let's start. I give the floor to the representatives of Sofia University.
Да дойде и тя. Здравейте.
Good morning. For us, it's a major, it is a pleasure to be with you. When listening to the introduction, I thought that 10 years ago, the case where you stop for 15 minutes to wait for the online connection was impossible, but now it is a must. If something happens only offline, then it didn't happen at all. I'm happy to be here with Adriana. I'm happy I received the invitation. In the morning, I was looking at this slogan, "Together Against Online Harassment, Violence and Disinformation." If we are not together, we don't know what our community does. And in Bulgaria and Europe, around the world, we make a lot of efforts to counter disinformation. If we are not together, we will lose that battle. With Adriana, we will speak about our solution, team of the academia, university, the Bulgarian Academy of Sciences, businesses, NGOs, IT companies created something together, and we contributed to the fight against disinformation. Starting with an idea and translating this idea into something real. I'm happy that I have Adriana next to me, and I hope you will get involved in our initiative after this presentation. Thank you, Maria. I hope our 12 minutes are not running because we are waiting for our presentation. My name is Adriana Dikancheva. Together with Dr. Maria Yurukova, we will talk about a hackathon we organized at the beginning of the year. We'll speak about good practices, Hopefully you will take away some ideas from this presentation. Again, I want to thank you because you had many options and you chose to be here, namely, and to spend some hours with us. For us, it's very important. The topics that bring us together are very important. My connection to Sofia University is that I am a PhD student and I'm not a full-time employee of the university, but you can join the fight against the disinformation in many different ways. So it is not something that will be a burden for you. So we will speak, but you can imagine the slides if they are not on screen. At the registration desk, we have stickers with a QR code, and you can access our Disinfo Hack website. Our idea is to speak about Disinfo Hack and an initiative, but also we will cover different steps we went through. You can be involved as a student, business, NGO, and many other categories. Perhaps we won't have a presentation on screen, but later the organizers will send you the presentation. Perhaps I should have printed it out. What we tried to do was to bring together young people and to involve them in a topic, so that they become active ambassadors in the fight against disinformation. We opened the call and we wanted to see how many people we will bring together. We didn't want to be in Sofia because many activities are reserved for Sofia. We received more than 90 applications. At the beginning, we wanted to have 50 participants in 10 teams, but because of this strong interest, high interest among young people who wanted to join this initiative, we included 72 people, young people, in 12 teams. So we created bigger teams. Adi will now explain more about this, about what we expecting from the young people. We needed mentors, and Adi is one of our excellent mentors. One of the biggest added values of the hackathon was that the university students were able to work with mentors in 12 teams. There was a mentor for each team, representatives of the universities. They were either professors, lecturers. I'm a representative of the business. I am from a company which organizes medical conferences, and this gave an impetus to young people. This enabled them to communicate with the business and the media. Afterwards, they continued in different traineeships and they started their own career. As a mentor, I was quite happy to work with students every week and to discuss topics on the agenda for the week. Within this mentorship network, we discussed the challenges we faced. So this expanded our group, and mentors also enriched our ecosystem. Our hackathon is called Disinfo hack. We call it the slow hackathon. You know that hackathons are normally for 2 days. You have an idea and the participants win their prize, then that's it. This is over. But when it comes to this information, it spreads fast. And if we want to catch up with this pace, then we have lost the battle. But this should not be the focus. The focus is to provide quality information. This is time consuming and this requires commitment, engagement, which is not easy to achieve. Our hackathon is a slow hackathon. It is, and we focused on what we can do, quality rather than pace or speed. We also wanted to involve the overall environment. We contacted the administrations, also NGOs, businesses, and we convinced them that we want to do something innovative and important. We also offered prizes for the participants in order to attract them. But above all, we focused on the topics we gave to our participants. When it comes to this information, of course, topics are very important. Our topics were accession to the euro area, the war in Ukraine, Bulgaria's membership in NATO, and the migration topic. Our approach is specific. These topics are important. They are quite topical for our society, and there's information at the moment. We bring together students. We train them how to draft their research reports and papers, how to and afterwards we send out the papers to institutions. How many will read them? You can imagine this number is not too high. But we decided, and we turned to institutions first. We asked them, what do you want to read? What are you interested in? They gave us these topics, and they were interested. Can we read the papers? Can we be part of the jury? We had a jury who are from NATO, from the Bulgarian Stratcom, from all sectors. These are people difficult to reach. When you're part of the civil society, our jury included people who wanted to trace and track what students did. Based on the hackathon, and our students produced 12 papers analyzing various narratives. You will see Victoria in the next panel. She is part of the winning team.
Вие ще видите, като се запознаете, ако имате интерес на сайта на Desinfohack.
On the Desinfohack website, you will read the details. But in short, the winning team, Victoria's team, she was supported by 4 more young people. They discussed the dehumanization of the Ukrainian people in the Bulgarian online space. What they did. It was something we hadn't seen so far. They identified new keywords. They found new authors, narratives, channels of disinformation where dehumanization is found. For instance, they found that a website which is normally read by liberal audience spreads information against Ukraine. They found new keywords to reach disinformation content relating to Ukraine, and I was really impressed by their work. You can see their name is the Narrative Hunters. I think their paper will be more and more popular. Now Adi will tell you what the other teams achieved. We are telling you all this because on the website you will find the hackathon, and if you want to use it, you can copy this model. Of course, we have prepared video clips, and it can be used. Everything you hear and you find here can be used freely. Of course, we can share our know-how with you, and we have good methodology. We don't have everything on our website because of the time limitation. If you use the content analysis method, you will know that this is a great method. It produces good results which are invisible for the innocent viewer. In order to make this method work, we need two pillars: a big database on the one hand, and on the other hand, we need a map to read and to interpret the data. Each of the teams had to develop those two pillars in view of the topic. So the second place, the next team focused on so it's Kate Team Lotse, and it's a peak, an 8,000. Why is it important for the Bulgarian history? This is the first 8,000 which was climbed by a Bulgarian team. So our team decided to choose Lotse as a title, and you see that's a symbol here. We had to pay for it because it was part of the Canva paid version. Lotse team analyzed Facebook Telegram narratives. Telegram is very famous because of the lack of measures in that platform. It was for them it was important where they can join a chat or not. And in order to track discussion, the next theme is indicative for the fact that often disinformation narratives are provoked by a particular event. For instance, in this case, they analyzed J.D. Vance's speech in 2025 and how it brought about a series of negative discourses on migrants. The team found that some of the team had to provide also recommendations how to solve the problems. And this team recommended telling personal stories of migrants where readers can recognize their personal experience. And also they recommended avoiding sensationality. When you read a large number of articles based on keywords, you start recognizing connotations. So things are disinformation, malinformation, misinformation, and this comes from different perspectives and different angles. So it's interesting to start identifying connotations. We had one more team which studied the narrative after the vandalization of the European Parliament's building in Sofia. So it's interesting to
минаваме
to
натам.
cover different events and how they are.
Сега, какъв беше модела? Истината е, че беше в някакъв смисъл хибридно събитие.
Hybrid
Двумесечен хакатон. Първоначално го открихме на живо в София и развиващата му част, в която имаше състезателен елемент да представим резултатите си на живо сесии, също беше в София. Но, както казах, ние обхванахме студенти на цялата страна, даже не само цялата страна, от 20 града в България, включително 10 университета в България и 2 в чужбина. И как можехме да поддържаме това ниво и ангажимент в рамките на тези 2 месеца? Първо, всеки понеделник имахме експертни срещи, за които Ани вече спомена. От друга страна, работехме изключително тясно с IT компании и с платформи. Ползвахме няколко платформи. Едната е платформа за обучение, с секунда ще ви разкажа за курсовете, които ако имате интерес, можем да ви осигурим достъп, просто трябва да ни пишете и ще дадем достъп.
We also can give you more information.
Специализиран инструмент, който използвахме, е инструмент на една от IT компаниите, които се занимават с медиа мониторинг.
This is an instrument used for media monitoring. This is the name of the platform. So we did the web scraping with this
проследяваме съдържанието
във всички медии across all media, real time.
Другия канал, който ползвахме, беше Discord.
Was Discord. I recommend it very much. This is a great tool.
Поддържахме нашата ежедневна комуникация между от една страна между участниците, от друга страна между участниците и менторите,
between participants and mentors and
технически въпроси, така че там беше
steering committee. So
на дневна база
we used it on a daily basis.
Платформа за колаборации, в която всяка седмица, освен че се регистрираме, се качват задачи, които всяка седмица имаха.
And we posted their tasks for the students.
Платформите бяха ключови, са ключови.
Platforms are crucial.
В рамките на Анекс се опитваме да разработим от една страна академията и от друга страна като компания се опитваме да разработим нови инструменти, така че да можем да правим повече network анализ. В академията и ще бъда много бърза. Всъщност имаме 10 обучения, няма много да се спирам на тях, но те са видеообучения, така че не
video trainings, so they're online. So no matter where you based,
но ако се пише на организаторите, ми се пише, ще ви осигурим достъп до неща. Те са свързани с тези дефиниции в областта на дезинформацията, дезинформацията, на факти, 200 работни обучения от 6 часа. Подход за противодействие на дезинформацията в Европейския съюз и в България. Активно и обучение за самата платформа. Всъщност ви казваме всичко това предстои. Първо, че както Ани много адекватно каза, може да кандидатстват да може да кандидатстват следващи хакатони. Ако сте ученици, правим сега такъв през ноември месец, но ще надградим студентския хакатон. От друга страна, може да имате достъп до обучението, ще имате достъп, може да имате достъп до публикациите. Ако някой пък иска да спонсорира подобни неща, добре дошъл. Ако иска да вземе модела, също е добре дошъл. Така че за нас екипите са важни, за да можем заедно да идентифицираме това решение.
Events are important in order to disseminate.
Да, и благодарим. Ето снимка на всички нас, за да си представите, защото в началото нямаше слайдове, после минаха така без лица. Видите, някои са щастливи, други са още по-щастливи. Това е финалното ни събитие, което беше в Гейт институт и сме благодарни, че хакатона беше част от една по-дълга дневна програма в Гейт институт, така че заповядайте на следващите издания. Благодарим.
So you're welcome to join us for future editions.
Вече има. Благодаря.
Thank you.
Още веднъж ви благодаря. Изключителен труд.
So much. Great efforts, great team with students, young experts. I have questions coming up, especially as to the recommendations to counter disinformation through personal narrative stories. I'm sure there will be questions on this later on. Next presenter, first, to ask if everything is okay online, because Professor Olga Jurash from the UK, expert from the Center for Online Protection of Women, she will be joining us online. She's at the Open University, and since 2024, she's an independent expert at the Committee against Violence Against Women and Girls with the Council of Europe. So we are in for a great presentation for this very serious problem, namely online violence, harassment against women.
Thank you. Thank you for your kind introduction. Please bear with me just a moment as I need to share my presentation with you. So it will just take a second, hopefully. Once I share my presentation in a full mode, I will lose the sight of all of you. So if there are any questions or if anything is going wrong, please, can somebody just speak to me? Because otherwise I wouldn't be able to see you or to hear from you. So I hope that now you can see my presentation. If somebody can confirm that, that would be fantastic.
Yes.
Yep, fantastic. Great. So thank you very much for having me here. I'm really delighted to join your conference, and I'm really sorry not to be there in person. Unfortunately, it's a very busy month, and I couldn't make travel work on this occasion. But I hope that there will be a chance to meet with you in the future, and hopefully also collaborate on this important topic. So. As it was said in the introduction, I'm professor of law, but I'm also a director of the Center for Protecting Women Online. And we are quite a unique center in that we look at women's online safety in its various aspects. And we do so by doing it through cross-disciplinary research and also through cross-sectoral collaborations. So for today, I was asked to comment on online violence against women in politics and harms that it leads to in kind of more of a democratic context, and also placing that discussion in context of mis and disinformation. This is a huge area, so 10 or 12 minutes might not be enough, but I just wanted to really highlight some of the key issues that I have certainly come across in my research, and I guess share with you some of the findings and perhaps recommendations from law and policy perspective on what can be done about this problem. So to start from, whilst I'll be talking about online violence against women in politics, so here I mean women who are aspiring to run for office, women who are currently running for office, or women who are currently in office. I'm really placing it in a much broader area of online violence against women in public life, and that can be also inclusive of women journalists, women human rights defenders, in many countries also women lawyers. And I do so because at this point in time, we're facing omnipresence of online violence against women and also online violence against women in politics. There is not a country, no matter their gender equality record, that has not faced a problem of their female political candidates or women in politics facing violence online, particularly on social media. So what we see is that it is actually quite a common occurrence across the globe. Of course, it does have regional variants, and there would be sort of thematic issues arising in that context too. And one of the questions that often comes up is, well, why is it happening? Why is it happening against women, particularly women in politics? And here, I guess, is the link to mis and disinformation and the gendered nature of it. Online violence against women in politics is used to spread gendered mis and disinformation, to also undermine female political candidates, to change especially if they are going to be successful, to change the focus from the candidate, their political program, the substantive issues that they are raising, to something completely else. What we've also seen arise in past few years, especially, is the rise of use of deep fakes, typically sexualized deep fakes, some of them even pornographic, of female politicians and political candidates, to, again, undermine what they're saying, undermine their credibility, and to kind of shake their political discourse a little bit as well. And it is important to note that it is something that is quite particular to women in politics. Very often I'm being asked a question, well, of course, male politicians often are also attacked on social media. And yes, absolutely, it is true. But when we look at the substance of how abuse happens against female politicians and male politicians, we do see that against female politicians, it takes very different forms. It is sexualized, it draws on gender stereotypes, it undermines women based on their looks, their performance in other parts of life. They would get comments, well, you have got a bad haircut, you should be at home cooking dinner, things like that. Men do not generally face these kind of comments when they run for office, when they participate in public and political life. What is also quite important to note is that whilst online violence against women in politics is gendered, it is also very much intersectional. So particularly in the UK, but also in other countries, we see that women in politics are attacked not only because they are women, but it also intersects with their other identities. Typically, that can be race or religion, or maybe their origin. And it really is reflective, however frustrating, it is really a reflective of broader societal attitudes, patriarchy, sexism, and misogyny that have unfortunately been normalized in everyday life. And I'm afraid that it has entered also the world of politics, world of public debate and public life. So what do we do about it? How do we start to think about it from law and policy perspective? It will not be a surprise to many of you that in many parts of the world, including across the EU and Council of Europe member states, we do notice increased attention to issues of online or tech-facilitated violence against women, but also strive to address online harms. So harms arising from particularly violence that is committed online or using technologies. As many of you are perhaps based within the EU and Council of Europe member states as well, the EU has made quite some moves in past 5 years, particularly from the European Commission, introducing various pieces of legislation such as Digital Services Act that do try to tackle it at the source, try to impose duties on platforms and platform providers, particularly very large ones, to make sure that users and also women are protected from abusive content and including gender-based violence. But it is the case that not all forms of online violence against women are captured within the law. There is no single country in the world that is getting it right at the moment. So I'm not sure if it's hopeful or depressing, but at least we see some movement forward. And the problem is that there are quite a lot of behaviors, quite a lot of acts that are obviously harmful. They are harmful to women, they undermine them, they are abusive, but they are not made illegal. And this is one of the main conundrums for women's online safety, that we are facing quite a lot of various forms of abuse, various forms of violence, but not all of them are hitting that illegal threshold. So practically, it means that the law, even if it is in place, cannot effectively address them. And that creates also hierarchy of harms, which means, for example, if you are a victim, let's say, of a deepfake pornography, maybe in some countries, you may have recourse to different remedies, but in many, not yet. And also when we look at law and policy, there is fairly narrow understanding of the impact of online violence on women. And to the right of the screen, you can see a little circle, which I call Circle of Harms, that I came up with together with my colleague a few years ago, as we were trying to really look at what happens, what happens when online violence against women is committed. And there are many, and I can tell you already that not all of them are recognized within the law, which is a huge problem. But for purposes of today, I really wanted to focus on democratic harm. So viewing online violence against women in politics as a democratic harm. Why so? Well, first of all, democracy is, I think, a value commonly shared. It is commonly shared in Europe. It is enshrined in just about every European instrument, whether it comes from the EU or the Council of Europe, but also at an international level. We see it mentioned as a direct value in the United Nations, in human rights and international law instruments. I think it hasn't been that long that particularly in Eastern and Central Europe, democracy was something that had to be fought for, something that had to be reintroduced. So it is something that I think many people generally feel strongly about protecting. We also see very clear prohibition of discrimination, again, at a European level, but also at an international level with CEDAW Article 1. So for those of you who are not lawyers, CEDAW is the UN Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. And it has now long recognized that violence against women and girls, whether it's happening in public or in private, or whether it's happening online or offline, is a form of discrimination. And it is also recognized within CEDAW that discrimination has impact on women's participation in public and political life in a way that if women face discrimination, if they face violence, but whether it's online or offline, it does affect their ability to meaningfully participate in public and political life, which is a protected right under CEDAW. And back in 2019, the UN Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Women recognized that that very issue, that online violence against women in politics, is a very clear and direct attack on the full participation of women in political and public life, and also their enjoyment of their human rights. So we see that recognition between the link of online spaces, digital spaces, violence against women, and public participation in political life especially. It is also obstacle to realization of the United Nations Women, Peace and Security Agenda, which very clearly articulates that participatory rights of women are absolutely crucial in order to build, to make sure that political and public life is inclusive. Unfortunately, online violence against women, and particularly those in politics, really challenges these global commitments. So perhaps many of you at this point are wondering, so what have been the responses to it? So if every country in the world has faced problem where female politicians, women running for office face these horrible things online, what has been done? Well, again, you wouldn't be surprised, not much. So there is a general recognition of the issue rather than tackling the tech and safety aspect of it. So we can see, European Parliament very quickly recognizing that online violence against women in politics is harmful. We see similar recognition at the UN level. But in terms of any specific responses that would be law and policy responses tackling this specific issue, we do not see that much. In terms of legal responses, so here I mean kind of introducing specific laws that would make the link between protection of political candidates and protection of women from online violence with public and political life. We see some limited movements, and they are mostly in the inter-American context. So we have inter-American model law on the prevention, punishment, and eradication of violence against women in political life. And as of August 2021, Brazil introduced specific law protecting women who run for office, women in politics, which also recognizes that these forms of violence are happening online. The distinction that needs to be made here is that, of course, in many countries across the world, we do see electoral laws. So there are certain principles, particularly around national elections, that protect political candidates. However, many of them do not really address the phenomenon of violence against women in politics, firstly, but then its digital and online aspects. And what is absolutely crucial, yet very worrying, because we don't see enough of it, is a very limited prevention of online violence against women generally. And especially looking at evidence-based that we see here in the United Kingdom, what that translates into is a growing reluctance, particularly amongst young women, to actually consider a career in politics or career that involves kind of being very present in public and political life. And looking at the past 10 years or so, we see really rising numbers of young girls, young women. Here I'm particularly thinking about studies from Girl Guiding that are done every year that really report being affected by the rising rates of online violence and also their own experiences of being subjected to online harassment, sometimes being exposed to online content without consenting. Yes?
Sorry, but you have last 30 seconds.
No problem. So looking at solutions, law is only one tool in the toolbox, and it's one with obvious limitations. So when we think about protections of one specific group, that may not always be accepted by states. It might not always be viable to deliver. So instead of perhaps looking at protecting a particular group, perhaps a more sustainable approach would be to recognize the social cultural harms, such as democratic harms that happen around online violence against women in politics and also beyond. I'm sure some other panelists will speak about it, but I think safety by design is a foundation that we need to strive for, not a selective good practice. And that absolutely must be paired with digital literacy education. And again, I know there are some people on this panel who are very, very knowledgeable in this area. And last but not least, I think tackling the root causes of violence against women and power structures are absolutely the way forward to ensure that these efforts are sustainable, that they foster a lasting change, and that they actually not only ensure, but actually enable participation of girls and young women in political sphere. And I'll end here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Stay online. You will be able to join the discussion later. Ние продължаваме с
our next topic. It is related to disinformation, gender-based disinformation. The next presentation will be given by Mina Kuteva from the Association for Development of Sofia. Mrs. Kuteva is a communication expert, rich experience in the field of communications in the public and private sector. I will be interested in hearing about online courses on the fight against hate speech. Hello, everyone. I'm happy to be with you in this environment, in this panel, together with the co-panelists. In the next 12 minutes, I will tell you in general about the online courses, but also about a project which has taken up most of our time. This is the Gender Ed project. Our organization, or the Association for Development of Sofia, is a center for research, for pilot projects. For 15 years now, we've been operating and trying to improve the urban environment in Sofia. But our project now and the scope of our work is wider. 2 years ago, we joined the so-called Gender Ed Coalition project. It brings together 4 countries: Italy, Greece, France, and Bulgaria. It is an interesting project for sure. In the first days of our work in the project, actually, I had to take a taxi, and the taxi driver hit the brake at some point. And he commented, "This must be a woman. That's why she drives so badly." And I felt hurt because if a driver does something wrong, then it means necessarily that it's a woman. This hurt me. We understood that in the Gender Ed Coalition project and all its activities have to, in order to achieve real results, in order to raise awareness in the field of discrimination, gender-based discrimination and misinformation, we need 3 important aspects: interactivity and proactivity. At an early stage, we understood that the internet environment is full of content. Everybody is busy with a lot of things. You have your personal life, professional tasks, very limited attention span online, and that is why we have to be very proactive in our communication when it comes to disinformation. These are some of the activities under Gender Ed. Now you will see more details. Citizen Hackathon. We included 40 people from 4 countries in Perugia, Italy, for 2 days. We formed 8 teams. We had journalists, young influencers, activists, media professionals, people like me who work in communication. So we formed 8 teams and asked them to think of a campaign which concerns gender-based disinformation. We had excellent results, 8 excellent projects. And later you will see how we achieved actual real results. Often, I continue the topic of the colleagues from the university. The big problem is hackathons produce projects deliverable, but afterwards nothing happens with these. We just keep them in a folder. We are happy with them, but they don't turn into reality. We created 8 projects. Afterwards, actually, we conducted an online course, a very big manual with 4 modules, as you can see. Here we offer flexibility, interactivity. You can read it whenever you have time. It's a long course, online course. And if you're interested, this is the QR code. You can get access to that manual. So it had a number of interesting things. So we prepared section 3, speaking about the creation of a citizen hackathon, how to do it correctly. We also had some issues about sexualization of women in games from a very early age. Children get used to sexualization of women in video games. They have little clothing on them. We created a community of practice. We brought together people in a hackathon. We invited them to take part in an online course, and afterwards they were provided the opportunity to communicate with each other online. So we, of course, there are professionals in that field, so it was a good idea to bring them together and to enable the exchange of good practices, communication. We created a mapping tool in our project dedicated to the fight against gender-based discrimination. We drafted a number of reports to present how gender is seen. In this community of practice, everybody can register, communicate with other people, exchange good practices, and get inspired for future initiatives. I don't know how much time left I have. You have some time, don't worry. I will speak slowly though. So we are proud of our online campaigns. We had 8 projects as a result of the hackathon. And we decided to translate them into reality. We had 4 prizes among the 8 projects. In each of the countries, we organized 2 campaigns. Each organization had the freedom to choose how exactly to organize those 2 projects. Unfortunately, I don't have a link here, but our campaign was entitled "We Are All Sexists, Right?" And this was as a result of something said during the hackathon. We cannot speak about discrimination, racism, gender-based disinformation unless we are more provocative. And of course, we need to be interactive. They created an excellent project. You can see it on the website. So you see, we are all sexists, right? Then you have 8 statements. Women are bad drivers. Women cannot be leaders. Men are better in engineering specialties than women. So when you open this platform, you should be frank with yourself and see whether at least once in your life you were convinced that these statements were true. So you click on those statements, and we started receiving information how people think and what are the most recurrent stereotypes in the field of gender-based discrimination. So this is valuable information for us. Another thing is that when you click on this statement, you receive a feedback telling you why this is not true. The idea is not to judge people who believe that women are bad drivers or that women are not good leaders. The idea is to enter the person's communication field and tell them why this is not true. This was the first platform. We continue adding information to that. Another thing we did, the picture to the left is from a campaign Perhaps you know People of Sofia. This is a page. We organized a campaign with 5 different people with different professions, background. We had a man, businessman, female Roma teacher, a human design person, people of different backgrounds and ideas of how discrimination looks like, gender-based discrimination looks like. For us, it was very important to have men because, of course, there is discrimination against men as well. Our partners from Greece and Italy also organized their local campaigns, and we managed to collect data and compare data information from Bulgaria, Italy, Greece. In France, there were interesting campaigns with influencers who recently said something provocative. What was the response of their community? Those campaigns proved another thing. We also had a website. When you provide information interactively, when you provide it in a suitable format, suitable time for the people. So we wanted to reach a wide group of people. This was the easiest way and approach to inform without judging, because for us it was very important. I will stop here because I will be happy to have your questions. Of course, we have many other details. Thank you. Thank you. Especially because you managed to fit in 12 minutes. It was very interesting. I remember the campaign with those personal stories and pictures. I'm happy to learn it was born during a hackathon. After the discussion, afterwards in the discussion, there will be some questions. Now I will introduce our next presenter, Anjali Avatapalli, from the American University in Bulgaria. She recently graduated from the university, majoring in information systems, journalism, mass communication, a second major, integrated marketing communications. Anjali focuses on how monitoring, media measuring can improve critical thinking in the online world. You have the floor.
Да намерим вярната презентация.
Okay, great. Здравейте, hello. You'll have to bear with me as I am an English speaker. I'm Anjali, and as they gave such a lovely, wonderful introduction, I'm a recent graduate of the American University in Bulgaria in Blagovgrad, and now I work for their Center of Information, Democracy, and Citizenship. So I'm here today not to say anything that you haven't already heard from these excellent women in this panel and also from before. I'm but a small fish in a very big, brilliant, beautiful pond. And even though you will hear me repeat a few things, I'm a firm believer that repetition doesn't just spread messages, it reshapes our reality. And today, the reality that we're trying to reshape is quite harsh, especially for women. So I want to touch briefly and give you a snapshot on the intent and impact of gender disinformation, focusing on a few cases that sparked my interest, particularly within the Balkans, and touch at the end about what youth can do. Let's talk about the weaponization of gender. Now, this is a heavy word to use, right? Especially in today's day and time, but we have to use it because that's what it is. What is gender disinformation? This is something that we have discussed, which is disinformation that weaponizes gender and sexuality to attack individuals, but often women in public life and roles. This is, as we discussed, to undermine gender equality movements and to exploit certain stereotypes and cultural traditions. I want to focus on a few political and societal implications and consequences and the kind of landscape that the Balkans has, because I did not grow up knowing anything about this area. I've seen females in different kinds of stereotypes and positions of power struggle across the world, but this was something entirely new to me, and this is something that I wanted to touch upon. But before we get to the what and the case studies and the scandals and all of these sensationalized things, we need to talk about the intent behind these narratives. What are these harmful narratives and why are they created, right? I was able to segregate it into, as of today, a few core topics. Firstly, political delegitimization, especially to female leaders. They're shifting the focus from their competency to personal factors. This also in turn reinforces the patriarchy, keeping women in traditional roles. Public scandal, moral panic. This is what's caused when you spread this kind of information about them. To uphold structures that keep women subservient, following very regressive patterns that don't fit into society today. Then we have societal polarization, again, accidentally touched upon in a previous panel, which is basically exploiting these vulnerabilities within our differences by linking gender rights to factors that are foreign and causing these interferences that are creating more differences amongst us. And lastly, malign foreign influence. These are basically any external factors that are amplifying the misogynistic content, and these are creating division, eroding distrust, and basically affecting our, not just our democratic process, but our day-to-day interactions with each other online and in person. My first case study is quite simple. I want to talk about political dehumanization. Again, these are not easy words for me to say standing in front of you and seeing young people in the audience to talk about dehumanizing women. In the 21st century, it's quite shocking, but it's true. And I want to talk about targeting women in public roles, firstly within Serbia and Albania. Let's start on the narrative type, right? What is the narratives when it comes to this kind of gender disinformation? It's very personal. It talks about their appearance, their family status, their failures, sexualizing their images, and it's all designed to destroy character. Why? The mechanism. They use fabricated stories, manipulated facts, sexualized images, dig into histories that are long forgotten to bring up things that are not relevant anymore, to spin stories designed to humiliate, intimidate, and to the point make life unbearable for these women. And the overall role is that these women are spending their time and resources defending their reputation instead of addressing the policy and normalizing the idea further that, hey, maybe I am unfit for this job. Maybe this should have gone to a man. The case that I want to show you here today is from Albania. We can't actually click this video, but it's from a few years ago. And in this video, the title is called Discovery of the Reason for Nut Fleckenstein Visit to Albania. And it claimed that it was filmed in February 2019. This is a fabricated video that was filmed a year or two ago before it was published by an opposing party's news channel. And it basically asserted that the entire reason that these two political figures were meeting was for something very much more personal and private. And it was not for, of course, a mission that was assigned by the European Union. The video served as a fuel for online media and one of the most horrendous derogatory campaigns against this former Democratic Party deputy. This video was taken completely out of context and reposted a year later to fuel this further purpose, calling into question her marital status. And more than that, when I see this today, it makes me wonder, what are we telling young women in college, in high school? I see young people here. If you sit next to a male colleague, if you smile at them, if you shake hands, if you share ideas, and it's captured and shared, this should not be a problem. These are day-to-day interactions that are being coerced. Similarly, something quite scandalous within Serbian media was a viral social media post that claimed that an adult film performer was a member of Serbian parliament. We all know that this is not true, and this was later debunked, but the aftermath that ensued is what makes me afraid. Because the comment section, after this was already proven to be untrue, was linking fabricated news. They started posting content, former background information about an existing member of parliament, posting pictures of her in tight dresses, claiming that this was in fact her and that she was an adult film performer, which was, of course, not true. And these are the kinds of narratives that fit into that broader pattern of disinformation. And they're aimed at portraying these women as unqualified, morally compromised, and being capable based on their profession on how tight their clothes are. My second case study is about dehumanization of refugees. This is again something that I saw after I had moved to Bulgaria in the recent years, and it's about targeting Ukrainian women in Bulgaria. Following Ukraine's invasion, the media amplified articles about Ukrainian women specifically 92 times. Not just refugees, women specifically. And they portrayed them not as war victims or based on facts, but as economic and moral threats, burdens to our society. And this was with two key factors: sexualization, exploitation, which we do see on a day-to-day, but also a moral and health threat, which is all the more pressing after our recent years of the COVID pandemic. This graph here shows that gender disinformation narratives regarding Ukrainian women in Bulgarian news outlets. The key words, as you can see: gold digger, prostitute or escort, hostile towards Russians, superficial bimbos. This is what is being talked about refugees within media. And further stories claiming that these women were here to entice, seduce, with absolutely no claim whatsoever other than a stereotype, saying that Bulgarian bachelors are taking them on, that they're corrupting Bulgarian society. They're an economic threat because they're taking over jobs that Bulgarian women have recently taken. They bring into the country HIV and other illnesses, which are fabricated medical claims that they're using to further exclude them from society. And here we have to consider something. What's the intent and what is the real impact? Now we know the intent is now to dehumanize these vulnerable populations, women in power, minority groups, to ensure further exclusion and to dismantle any public solidarity that could have been had. But what's the societal impact? We're increasing hostility, discrimination, institutional withdrawal. People are afraid to speak up, and we're creating environments in which not only we can't even fight back if we can't question it in the first place. We're normalizing harm. Again, not easy words to say standing in front of you here as a young person that is just trying to make it out there. But how are we undermining women's role in safety? We're excluding them from the public sphere. Before, we used to have open forums where women could come, discuss, talk about their problems. Now everything's online. It's in a click. I have a problem, I can share it online. But now we have made the online world too unsafe. We have made it subject to cyberbullying, harassment, threats, and to self-censorship against silencing critical voices, female journalists who are trying to report on the very issues, and the erosion of trust. Depicting women in power specifically as corrupt, incompetent, is making us lose further trust in democratic institutions. It's making us say that women are not capable of something that they've spent their whole lives working towards. Now, what's the media's role in all of this? They're the perpetrators, but they're also the antidote. The perpetuation is where we are now. We have not reached the antidote state yet, but that's why we're all gathered here today, right? To be able to get to that stage. The perpetuation happens because of click economy. Back in the day, scandals, gossip, fake news were all just as prevalent, but that would be mouth to mouth, ear to ear. Now it's click to click, phone to phone. Everything is tripling at a rate that we can't possibly catch up on. And so the priority becomes this fragmented pieces of media, the sensationalism, the headlines that can catch the quickest views to maximize revenue. We're forgetting. And we're accelerating stereotypes and hate speech. And it's also about the lack of accountability. When these kinds of fake news are spread, we don't see retractions from media sites once we realize, oh, they've been debunked. Once we know it's fake news, nothing is actually done about it to spread the message that, hey, this is fake news. There's no statements from public figures. There's nothing to lend legitimacy about these anti-equality narratives. Now, where do young people fit into this puzzle? Young people are, I think, significantly more vulnerable to gender discrimination, but they're also so much more uniquely positioned to be able to fight through this and to handle this because of their digital fluency. I know that the digital fluency I have, maybe somebody 10 years older than me wouldn't, but somebody 10 years younger than me is twice as capable. So the cornerstones of this capability is first media literacy. This is something that I can know that I can just see by in this room. We are actively working towards all together. Critical dialogue. Having come to Bulgaria and having been in this environment, I have never seen in my life so much critical dialogue being shared by the young people to get messages like this across. Advocacy and reporting. It's not just about the statistics, it's about understanding what they mean, making the personal connection between somebody who is just a number and somebody who is a mother, a wife, a sister, a daughter, and a human being. This brings me to the end and towards my line of work. The Center for Information, Democracy, and Citizenship, I've had the privilege of being with them, and they're one of the few places who actively, at every corner, try to make sure this dialogue, this understanding, these numbers, all of them have meaning. We hold some amazing programs about disinformation, societal resistance, gender studies, our advocacy academy, which is not trained just to tackle, the one specific topic. It's about broadening our understanding of everything that's going on and creating the links between these different problems. The problem does not end at just identifying the fake news. It starts at identifying the fake news. The MediaWise initiative, which is a collaboration with the Poynter University in America, takes college students studying journalism to go to Bulgarian high schools and discuss the fake news that is currently circulating within media today. Ask them what they think about it. What do they feel? What did they do about it? And give them the tools to be able to do something better than what previous generations did. I truly believe, after coming to Bulgaria and seeing the youth, that this is the next generation that holds the power to find the tools to dismantle these manipulative and harmful narratives, not targeting only just women, but our society as a whole. Thank you. And this is just a link to some of the most excellent sources. If you would like to do any further reading or understand, I highly recommend. Thank you.
Thank you. През последните 2 години имах възможността да работя.
I had the opportunity to work closely with young people, teenagers, and I agree that young people are intolerant to disinformation. They don't keep quiet, so they show when there is some disinformation and they react. We continue with our last presenter. Disinformation relies on our reluctance to think, to elaborate. Reading is just the opposite. Reading makes us go deeper in a context, and it teaches us to check information. So this is the mission of our next speaker, Iskra Janabetska from the educational platform Knigoviste. She will speak about the world of children between 7 and 14 years of age. She's also one of the founders of Viste.bg, a platform for Bulgarian children in this age group, 7 to 14. For me, it is very interesting to be a panelist in this panel. I have been thinking all the time about our ways to address the issue at viste.bg. So I will mention some of the things, some context. We created Knigoviste 7 years ago. in response to a major problem. The problem is defined in PISA studies on functional literacy of Bulgarian young people. We copied good examples and we decided to create something to help Bulgarian children. Because as I read many years ago, in order to make a change happen in society, you need 4 generations. If we want to make something happen, we have to work with the youngest generation. And today I asked ChatGPT, I asked the Google AI actually, when do stereotypes start forming in children? According to Google's AI, it is between the age of 3 and 6. In that age, children are in contact with their teachers, with their kindergarten staff, carers, and the topic is whether in nurseries we should have only medical workers or also educators and childminders, because this is the context for the Bulgarian audience. These are topical issues for us. Actually, from a very early age, we work with children. Knigoviste was created as a tool to encourage reading with comprehension. Вижте is another platform which started and was meant to respond to this problem defined by PISA. And it is related to the fact that Bulgarian young people have very low global competencies and knowledge about the problems of the world, and they are not able. I use so many negation words, but I love Bulgarian children. Nevertheless, this is what PISA results show. Bulgarian children cannot find solutions to global problems nowadays. That is how we developed Vishte. Vishte speaks in children's language, explaining them different things. This is from a notebook we created on media literacy. What we have today, I will speak more about media issues. Through Vishte, we are trying to explain the children. We are trying to explain the world to children so that they manage to find their way in the world of adults. They want to know, they want to understand, and they learn how to take part in our society. In media literacy, we have a lot of materials to explain issues to children, but unlike textbooks, we take examples from real life. Our media, Vishte, is also read by adults, and we understood that many people don't understand the difference between disinformation and misinformation. We have a lot of articles on explaining why people share fake news. Perhaps in many cases it's because of it is because of some careless acts. Our language is human, very humane. We think children should not feel guilty because we burden them with a lot of problems. These are some of the news and the direction where we develop media literacy. Another very interesting section, it is called Children's Sherlock Holmes, or the debunker of fake news. It is particularly interesting, especially on April's Fool's Day. Our first article were the real ETs, extraterrestrials found. And we were contacted by children. Actually, I wanted to show you the article. So this is incredible. Scientists made teleportation possible. So we simulate, this article simulate and imitates scientific language, stating that teleportation became possible. Afterwards, we explain why this is not the case, why it is not true. So the children go back to the first part of this article and we tell them how to find their way, how to understand whether it is true or it is fake news. This is how we create a lot of materials which become favorite news for children. This is how they experience the confusion, and at a later stage they analyze what confused them, why they were misled, and how to avoid confusion next time. Speaking about media literacy, we have a lot of materials related to AI and its presence, how we can use AI, how we should not use AI. I forgot to mention something here. We work a lot with socio-emotional skills of children. We have a lot of materials on how to protect yourself against harassment, against bullying. If you write in our searching engine women, girls, feminism, you will find articles on women in politics. And we discuss the candidate for presidency in Mexico last year. So in our Viste media, we discuss a lot gender equality, how to speak about female politicians. These materials are read by small children. This is an opportunity to discuss those issues at school. Apart from speaking to children, we also cannot reach them without the assistance of adults. So here our task is to involve adults. Our model is to work with teachers and schools predominantly. This is how we manage to affect adults and adults who shape stereotypes, and we must communicate with those adults as well. Our children's media, Viste, is such a tool, such a platform. We give a lot of answers to a number of questions where adults cannot find easy answers. Speaking about the digital world and the next generations, we have included a lot of interactive tools. For instance, we add questions, comprehension questions to each material in order to make sure children get the gist of that text. Children can share their opinion on the article and communicate with other children. We don't have advertisements. We don't have interruptions of advertising banners. Also, children can read what others think, but they cannot reply directly to them. There are other materials which encourage children to read more. Often they are in for entertainment, for fun. We have some coins, we have some tokens, hot topics, and so on. This type of games beyond the comprehension of adults, but for children, these are sort of motivation. Children ask their mothers for the tablet to continue reading because they will lose coins or they will accumulate coins. So this is how it works for children. A child has read an article on the children's parliament, or how to take part in municipal council as a representative of the children's community, and they say, I want to have children's parliament. So there are small ways that teach children how to have the right attitude to information. 3 years ago, we started with a challenge. We wanted to go outside the online environment and to appear in real life. Children are very positive to live communication. So we created a competition called Know It All. Children win small prizes, chocolates, and so on. This reminds me of the hackathons you discussed today. So we created an inter-school competition where the first topic was for children between third and fifth grade. The first topic, big topic, was the European Union. Our goal was to show that when the world is presented in an accessible language, children accept it as a game, and this was really a successful event. So this year we decided to organize 2 inter-school events, competitions, now dedicated to media literacy. It is entitled, Can You Read Between the Lines? 12 schools joined, 12 schools from Sofia and Varna. We organized them in 2 centers. Actually, 13 schools from Sofia and Varna joined. Children were very successful. The last element of this competition was to develop a case study. So we ask them a question, and within 20 minutes, they have to prepare their answer, their reply. This was an excellent opportunity for children to play out different situations through experience and through thinking. What we see, speaking about media literacy and the use of media at school, a media like Viste, this shows that children start using for the first time media. They discover media beyond TikTok and Instagram that they use behind their parents' backs. So they have a space that they trust. Another thing is that this improves children's motivation to read and to learn. They improve their comprehension in reading. They ask questions more. Teachers have an interdisciplinary approach to tackle a big topic such as civic and civil literacy at school. So we empower children and teach them how to be proactive citizens. You have 30 seconds. So the last slide with Knigovište, we managed to apply a positive approach, experience-based approach, and how to be resilient to fake news and disinformation. Thank you. For the past 1 hour or more, we managed to see not only problems but also solutions. I saw that media are not just a problem, they can provide solutions through campaigns and through different games, experiences in viste.bg, personal stories that you illustrated as a way to fight disinformation.
I think that quite a lot of questions come up. I have questions too. So first, the audience, do you have any questions? Then we'll check online. My name is Yuan, and I have questions to Anjali. Anjali Avartapali.
About the problems with the discrimination of women in which, for example, are public figures or some colleagues and classmates, and we are witnessing it every day. But I'm not sure what can we do as a society to prevent it. Is there any institution that we can connect with? Is there any platform or something that we can do to help and prevent?
Thank you. Great question and pretty good pronunciation of my name as well. So thanks for that. It is a very heavy question, and it is difficult for us sitting up here to place a lot of burden on the younger generations and be like, well, you need to do something about it because it's your future ahead. And which is why you have people that are doing these things like disinformation hackathons. These are, even though they don't seem like there's a direct link between, say, all of these targeted narratives towards women and this particular event. It's not, again, as I said, about tackling just the one narrative. We have to bring down an entire system, right? Because this kind of narrative has existed long before the media. The only difference is that it's spreading so much faster now. And personally, I really believe that when it comes to tackling gender disinformation, it really does start in the classroom. And the younger, the better, of course. But speaking at a high school and collegiate level, if you look at gender dynamics within a classroom, what are the odds of boys to girls in a classroom when you're doing a team project? You're surrounded by girls now, which is lovely to see. But in a classroom setting, in any setting where there's a role of leadership, what are the odds that my male best friend is probably going to take on the role and maybe I'll be his assistant or secretary, even in just the dynamic, even before you go out to experience the real world and adulthood and jobs, you're being told something completely different at a classroom level. So what I really appreciate is it does have to start at a classroom level. And you guys are all very, very well equipped. You know that it would take you 2 seconds to find out if news is fake or true. But what do you do after you find out? Do you raise the question? Well, why would they do it in the first place? Do you ask for accountability? It starts in the little things. Once you start doing that, I think your efforts become quite visible to a lot of people like us who want to help you back in turn. So it is a very give and take relationship. We don't expect the young people to do everything by themselves, but we also can't just stand here and say, we are pillars, come to us. There has to be a give and take is what I believe. Yeah.
Още въпроси от School Media?
Здравейте, казвам се Елена и също като
Елена
School Media.
and again School Media.
Вие работихте с
To Mina, you work with countries like Spain, Italy. You gave a very good example how in Bulgaria
жените са заклеймявани, че не могат да
women are being
дадени неща в ежедневието, както паркиране.
branded that they cannot do things, labeled, sorry, that they cannot drive, that they cannot park. So do you see this in countries like Spain, Italy, or is it a Bulgarian thing?
Ами, със сигурност вижда се.
For sure, I see it. What we saw in the platforms in Italy, Greece, because they had similar platforms like We're All Sexist, right? So not that different, actually. Yes, fine differences, but we still work on the platforms, and when we're not done yet. When we are, and when we report the achievements, we'll know for sure, but things are not that different. Stereotypes everywhere stem from one and the same things. They have different manifestations, but essentially, we see that almost all stereotypes come from the statement that men are rational, women are emotional. So this takes different forms, different areas, but this is at the root. Yeah, we can hear. Not rather. Not rather. Not rather. I was very inspired with what I heard. This is to Iskra in particular. What you do with the children. We have to start doing it with the adults and quickly. So, okay, yes. We are talking about adults that fall prey to scams, that go and take their children out of school because they think that the Norwegians will take those children from them. So when it's not enough to explain things in simple terms. We have to use this simple language to adults too. Once there's a fake news, we have very simply to explain this. Have you tried to explain things to people from vulnerable groups, to retired people? Have you tried to explain to them to give them such simple explanations? The truth is that adults read us. Grandparents read us when they want to talk to their kids, grandkids, etc. Including when the kids are abroad and they want to stay in touch with them. Adults very often say, oh, it's good that you exist because I can understand what you say. So yeah, we need to target them more. One more question.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for the amazing. Okay. My name is Irina Elisei. I'm from Anais Association, Romania, partner of the project. Very grateful for the presentations today. And my question is addressing to all panelists that several of you have experience directly in doing education with the younger generation on gender-based disinformation. My question comes from a challenge that I encountered holding also the workshops in our project with young people, but also in other projects working with the younger generation on tackling gender inequality. I see that more often boys and young men incline to not really understand or want to understand that we have this gender imbalance or that we have this problem that we agree here all in this room that of gender disinformation or that female politicians are targeted more than male politicians. And this is a problem that not only young generation is having. For sure, the white men that we were talking in the previous problem, and they are sitting in Silicon Valley and setting the platforms, are also having. What are you experiencing and positive ones, and also to understand also the barriers that we're having in working with boys and young men for sensibilizing them on understanding this phenomenon and engaging them to bring more balance, and also to sensibilize them to understand that it also affects them. So it's not only a problem that affects their females colleagues. Of course, I talked very much in stereotypes, like boys think like this and girls think like that, and it's not a generalization, but also looking on the statistics, we see a similar tendency that I observed in the trainings. Thank you.
Да, на български може би да говоря. Не знам, ще дам един пример от моя опит.
An example from my experience as Bachelor of Sociology, Sofia University, about media coverage of violence against women around the Istanbul Convention in Bulgaria. So we did quantitative and qualitative surveys. We had focus groups at the time, both men and women. And men are sort of excluded from the discussion. Their opinion is not like present. So back to what Mina said, that it's always good to have feedback from men. There is violence against men, emotional, not necessarily physical. So we have to take the different perspectives and have this in mind. We as an organization do not have that much experience working with school students. We work with university students more. The final conference of this project was like 1 week ago in Paris, and we took a very intelligent Bulgarian teacher, philosophy teacher, a male teacher. He teaches in Italy currently. He very rightly said the big problem with children on stereotyping and discrimination is that, yes, they are very much related to the social media and the environment. And what the girl sees when she opens her TikTok or Insta is much different from what from the content a boy sees. And for pre-high school students primarily, the information, the content for girls is very different from that for boys, and it works to entrench stereotypes. It provides a basis for discrimination. So we have to see how to equalize in a good way the content, the stream. Paulina Filippo, I'll tell you about the National Center for Safe Internet. The discussion is very interesting. So, statistics. So we have to look where those stereotypes come from. They come from early on. In the past year and in the years where the hotline of the National Center for Safe Internet was operative. So we have tips about online violence against children, and in 95% of cases, girls are affected. Why? Because posting naked photos, and they are forever in internet. And the girls themselves have to be empowered. They have to know that if they send their naked photos to someone on the internet, this may end up, you name it where. 95% of cases is about naked, nude photos and violence, nude photos of girls and naked and violence against girls. Are there any questions online?
Само молете на микрофона, за да... Не, то не е нещо сложно. Просто да кажа, че понеже ми казвате, ние вижте ги и питат хората сега на GLENS, България ли да търсят?
Well, people are aware to look the information. Where the website? Which website the show? And the hackathon, the sources, the resources. We'll send a QR code. Where? Code Desinfo Hack is the name of the website. Code Desinfo Hack. You type this in and you get information on the hackathon. And I will be more than glad to welcome young people come on board. People doing things for young people. Last call for questions. Last, really, a question from me. I was...
Thank you. Hi, I'm Simona from Romania. Not actually a question, but maybe a comment. I don't know if we have to put the burden and the pressure on young girls not to send pictures online. I know it's the easiest way to make prevention, but I think the real question is to see who holds the power and how to make them accountable.
Not to victimize and re-victimize the young girls. I think it's important for all of us to understand that they are not the guilty ones for sending them. Thank you.
Моят въпрос всъщност е свързан с наратива, който е към бежанците.
Relate the narrative of Ukrainian refugees. You quite a lot focused on this in terms of analysis. My question is, where does this narrative stem from? Media, conventional media titles, or Facebook groups? And during the hackathon, what solutions you found? because I think that refugees are another vulnerable group from our society that suffer a lot from stereotypes. In the hackathon, we looked at migration, the war in Ukraine. At least 4 or 5 papers were on that. The next panel, actually, this can be a topic for dissertation. We noticed that similar narratives are being spread by politicians. Politics through conventional, traditional media, but traditional media are not the main channel. We looked at the comments, and if the most vocal narratives with bad words, basically. The comments. This is basically the main channel of these narratives. Groups, like in messaging platforms, etc. Not just Telegram, not just Viber, WhatsApp. Facebook groups too. Websites, closed, open groups. You can see this there in Facebook primarily. What we see, for example, you launch a page. I love dogs, puppies, and every second or third post is something on disinformation against migration, against the refugees. In Bulgaria, it can be the bad West. This can be one of the most prominent narratives. And for talking about Ukrainians would be the denazification. This is Russian propaganda, but it's rife in Bulgaria and from political parties too. So you can see who the actors are. I can speak a lot on that. We don't have that time. We don't have even a minute more. We are up, really up. And we had some technical issues, but all in all, I think it was a great panel. I loved the fact that you give a lot of solutions and inspiring examples, many inspiring examples showing that from early on you can work with children and fight stereotypes. And through slow analysis, deep analysis, we can find the answers. How to stop the creeping disinformation. Well, it will continue to creep in, but we have to catch it and stop it and show people that this is fake news, that someone is trying to manipulate you. We have to be always watchful. And we shouldn't go in the other extreme and not to believe in anything. Thank you for your patience and attention. This would be the end of panel 2.
Много благодаря на всички панелисти.
Thank you, all the panelists. 1 hour lunch break. Please enjoy the lunch break. For those online, we are having a break. We'll run our beautiful videos, hopefully. Be back in 1 hour. Thank you for your patience.
Excuse me, are there any organizers down there who can answer my questions? Hello? Hello?
Hi there. What's the question?
Yeah, my presentation was supposed to be in at 1:15. I'm been waiting here for quite a time, and I do not see anything happening.
Currently, there's the lunch break.
Sorry.
Currently, there's the lunch break.
Okay, but how about the timetable that you have presented to the presenter?
Well, that's not from.
Sorry, I can barely hear you. Can you speak up?
Yes, I can speak up. Please
Yeah.
contact the organizers. We're the technical team.
Okay, your technical team. Okay, right. Okay, so can I talk to Peppa Peneva?
I'll see where she is and I'll get.
Okay, great. Fantastic. Thank you. I appreciate that.
That you are the only person I don't know. I can imagine you're Camilla.
Yes, it's me.
Nice to meet you, Amrata. Hi.
To meet you.
The others that will speak are Bulgarians, and the other Polish representative is somewhere in Germany.
Speak all Polish.
Yes, absolutely. Колеги, да започваме или чакаме още тълпи мексикански вълни?
Мексикански?
Mexican way, if we're going to make like exercises like that. Yes.
Let's do it.
Давай, ще кажеш ли нещо, мила Пепи? Здравейте, уважаеми
Hello,
уважаеми колеги и приятели.
esteemed colleagues and friends.
Ние сме в първия следобеден
We
панел.
are in the first AM panel.
Разтърсващи качества номер едно, той започва малко
It
по-късно, отколкото
has several shocks. It starts a bit associated with this. It starts a bit later than the agenda. Another thing is that we had great lunch. And if we were cats, we would have been fast asleep. We are no cats, we are humans. So we'll talk about important things. I know that we have a guest online, and we have two martyrs in the interpreter's booth that have to hear well, so we will need a microphone. Welcome to the panel dedicated on the young and social media.
Щях да кажа, че има нещо доста шизофренно днес деня на
Well, isn't that there's something schizophrenic about this day? It's the day of mental health today. Happy Mental Day. Mental Health Day. So we'll be having not that young people here in the panel that will talk about social media and the young. However, we have younger girls here. So having joked about the age, now I go on to the panelists. We have two young ladies, Victoria Mirinska and Gergana Dimitrova. They're here to take part in the discussion after we hear the very emotional presentations. So Here, the panel is composed also of some more interesting personalities. So we have to respect our foreigners. We are a tourist country. So first, let me say that we have Kamila Rantevska here. Kamila Rantevska. She's from the Center of Intercultural Initiatives Horizon Association, Poland. And after we introduce the panelists, we'll hear from Poland again, online, from a very interesting speaker, Professor Małgorzata Wojcik, from the University of Social and Humanitarian Studies, Warsaw. And we'll hear later from her. And in the end, there are some people whom I really love. Well, it's sort of nepotism, maybe, in the British Council and the sector, but Jana and Polly, my lovely friends. Jana is executive director of Parents Association, and Polly is the person who really runs the stuff about advocacy and resources at the Bulgarian Family Planning and Sexual Health Association. We have them here. They are behind the stage because they run the things. They represent our organizations. I forgot to introduce myself, Dr. Rada Stamenkova, the most executive director of the Bulgarian Association of Family Planning and Sexual Health. Our organization, and Polis and Yanas and Georgi Elenkov, you may have seen him. He's tall, blonde, and handsome, and he represents the National Network for Children. So all the three organizations run the National Safe Internet Center. So you will hear more on that. But before all those things, we'll hear from Małgorzata. She'll be online. As we said, she's from the Warsaw University on Social and Humanitarian Studies. She will present the Center of Studies of bullying and in schools. Basically, this is a center that works a lot to prevent bullying, harassment, etc. So, over to you.
Okay, hello everyone. Can you hear me well? Yes, okay, great. Thank you very much for the introduction. Yes, I'm from Poland, from the University of Social Sciences and Humanities in Warsaw, and I'm also the head of Bullying Research Center. And this is actually what I'm going to tell you about. I've decided, because I do not have much time, I've decided not to use a presentation, but to actually tell you about the very important thing that we all, no matter what we are doing, no matter what kind of negative context we are preventing and trying to help the promote the well-being and health of young people or of older people, we really have to pay a very close attention to, because what we are observing in our Bullying Research Center and in our social reality in Poland is that we are using all the words like aggression, cyber-aggression, violence, cyber-violence, bullying, cyberbullying, harassment, hate, and we don't really know what we are talking about, because from the psychological point of view, each of those words, each of those issues is different, and we really have to know what we are preventing if we want to prevent it well. That's what the Court Lewin say. If you want to understand something, you really have to change it. I'm now a scientist, but I used to be a teacher. I used to teach in middle school and in high school. And I absolutely know from the practical and from the research point of view that if you are just saying, you know, harassment, hate, bullying, whatever, and let's prevent it, let's intervene, and you don't know what this is motivated by, you are not doing a good job. We really have to know. So, for example, and we do see in the research, we do see alarming numbers of bullying, cyberbullying, and violence, cyber violence. But we really need to see how to read and interpret the numbers. We will not understand the research if we don't understand the phenomena of, for example, aggression. How is aggression different from violence? How is violence different from bullying? What is hate? Or what is harassment? You know, they're absolutely different things from the psychological point of view and from the prevention point of view. What I see as very problematic is mixing up those words and notions and using them interchangeably without addressing the underpinning mechanism of phenomena. I will give you examples, don't worry about that. You know, what I especially see and what worries me, it overusing the word hate, you know, without really giving a definition of what it actually is. You know, if I ask you now what hate is, you were using a lot of word hate. What it actually is, what is the context, what is the social network around it, who is the aggressor or who are aggressors, what is his or her relation with the victim. We really need to know that if we want to prevent it. You would if I ask you, you know, what is hate, you would most likely say, well, it depends. And you would be right, because under the notion hate, cyber hate, we can see many different phenomena that are motivated by different things to different people. Why is it important to be precise? Let me give you an example. Let's go to educational context. Let's go to school, secondary school, for example. You know very well, in many countries, it's all over the world, the same thing, that young people spend a lot of time online. They're very active online. We do not now actually differentiate online and offline, because online is offline, and offline is very much influenced by what is online. And we do worry about cyber aggression, cyber violence, cyberbullying. A lot of people say we worry about hate. Let us see the difference. And I will show you exactly what is the problem when we're mixing it up. Well, what's aggression? Well, we usually say the aggression behavior, aggression acts, that somebody, you know, is speaking aggressively in an aggressive way. Of somebody is using aggression, pushing somebody, kicking somebody, screaming in somebody. That's the very basic brick, aggression. Then when we add a motivation to hurt somebody, to, you know, make somebody suffer, we would actually say it's a violent behavior. But that can be a violent behavior between two people, right? Two people could be violent to each other. So for example, on a school corridor, one, you know, somebody is angry at someone and hits him, and there is a quarrel, an argument, there's even a fight between two boys who have a certain conflict. That would be a violent school violence. Or we know about school shooting. This is school violence. Somebody brings a gun and shoots somebody. If somebody hurts someone, somebody, you know, is using humiliating words towards somebody. And that's what we'll be talking about, violence. Absolutely. How about bullying? Is every act of aggression, is every act of violence is bullying? Absolutely not. We will be talking about bullying and cyberbullying when we have 4 important factors present. One factor would be that the act of aggression is intentional. So this is a violence, right? It needs to be intention. The aggressor wants to hurt the victim. That's number 1. That's obvious. Number 2, there needs to be imbalance of power. So the aggressor is much stronger than the victim, but he or she is stronger. You probably remember a situation like that from school, right? Aggressor is stronger because has more friend, is more extrovert, is more open, has much better relation with teachers, you know, is a popular person. So this power is social power. And the victim is maybe does not have as many friends. Maybe victim is shy. maybe it's more introvert and does not have such a great social power. So we need this if we want to talk about bullying. Number 3, it happens repetitively. So many times, once a day, twice a day, sometimes numerous times a day, through different acts of violence. If we put all those acts of violence together, we have, the chain of violent acts to a person. It could be cyber, it could be verbal, it could be physical. Most often it is relational bullying. So ruining somebody's reputation, cutting him or her off from her friends, so the person is alone, so the person is humiliated, so the person, is even doesn't feel good in the group because knows that doesn't have any friend. So that's another thing, right? So it needs to be it needs to repeat itself several times. Next thing is that it needs to be the most important to understand that phenomena. It needs to be it needs to happen in the school context, in the context of the group, so other people are watching. If aggressor and if two people, fight on the school corridor without anybody around it, it will be school violence. But the entire class is watching and they are deciding, do we want to be on the side of aggressor? Do we want to defend the victim? Who is stronger? Who is better? So the whole class hierarchy is forming. And most often, most of the kids are on the side of aggressor, unfortunately, ignoring the victim, also being violent toward the victim. But this is bullying. And look at the difference. And of course, we have the cyberbullying happening online. But if we talk about bullying, we cannot separate bullying at school and bullying online because it is one. Right? If the victim is victimized at school, will be victimized online. So it's just a confirmation that you are the victim, that we will bully you, that we don't like you, that you were excluded from class, that nobody wants to be around you. It is one, bullying and cyberbullying, because the aggressor is the same and the group is the same. And now look at our situation. We want to prevent and we want to protect young people from negative things online. If it is just well, I would say it's not just, right? But if it is cyber violence from somebody who is outside school, from somebody who is not involved in the group of a person, if somebody, because it's somebody from outside, our preventive acts or our intervention will be different. We can catch the aggressor, we can block the aggressor, we can punish the aggressor, and that will be fine, right? It's probably in some of the cases will be a successful intervention. But look at school. If it's bullying and cyberbullying, if you identify the aggressor and if you punish the aggressor, nothing will change. Probably, I made this mistake as a teacher, probably the aggressor will get much more popular. And the class will take a revenge on a victim. So if you punish the aggressor because you don't understand that this is interconnected, that this is a power game, you will make more hurt than good by punishing the aggressor. What you have to do, understanding this phenomena, you have to work with the witnesses, with those who want to defend. You want to work in the dynamic of the group, and the aggressor is probably the least important person in the prevention and intervention. So this is what I'm trying to say, that when you're planning a prevention or you're planning intervention, you really have to be very careful. What is this thing that you are preventing or interventing to help young people? Because sometimes your action can be can just bring more harm than good. What else do you want to tell? I just got to yes, what we are actually doing in the Bullying Research Center is that before we plan any action, we are very carefully analyzing what we are actually dealing with. So I will just give you one example of the action that we have taken, that we have been taking for several years. Well, I don't know how much time I have. Do I still have time to tell about the system? Okay, I guess I do. So let me tell you about the system that we introduced in Poland. It is working in 560 schools or something like that. It's called the RESCHOOL system. And this is a system of monitoring school bullying. Because what we found out in our research, working together with young people, that's very important in the participatory action research. And we noticed that young people, I don't know how it is in your countries, but in Poland, young people do not report bullying or cyberbullying. They do not tell anybody that it is happening to them. We have the rate of about 30% of teenagers reporting to their teachers that they are bullied or that their friends from class are bullied. And we asked them, you know, we analyzed the problem, and we found out together with young people that all we have to do is we have to develop a system that allows them to report bullying anonymously. So they do not have to tell their name, you know, I am bullied, and they can report it online through this application. There's a rescue application, and all the reports from students from a certain school go to a person, it's usually a teacher, a school psychologist from this very school. So it is nested in school. So my reports from that school go to a special teacher from my school who is responsible for our school system. And I can talk to the teacher anonymously still. So the teacher will probably ask me, you know, how often it is happening? Is cyberbullying involved? You know, who is doing this to you? How long has that been going on? And the teacher is free to answer those questions. And usually less than 1 minute. Thank you very much for the information. Yes, I'm about to finish, and this is really working. So we see in our rescue schools is that if the system is well introduced to the school and students know that they can report bullying and cyberbullying in a very safe way, and they will be helped by a person who is designed to help them in this bullying case, they do report quite a lot of things. And the last thing I want to tell you is that they start reporting other problems that they have, like self-harm, suicidal thoughts, problems at home, because if they see that they have a safe communication channel with a trusted person at school, the students, both elementary school and secondary school, they will use it. So to round up, I just want to say that if we plan a prevention, let's be really careful what is the phenomena that we want to prevent and how it works, and what do the people who are involved in the problem, or you know, they're victims of the problem, or they are aggressors in the problem, you know, how they see the situation and what would be the way they want the prevention to go. So thank you very much. If you have any questions, please contact me or Bullying Research Center at my university. I'll be more than happy to give you the results of our research and present you the system, how it is working in Poland. Thank you very much.
Големи благодарности на професор Малгожата Войчик. Тя знае, че
She knows probably she knows that we can ask questions before she drops out of the call. For every other participant, for all the others, please hold your questions for later, because Professor Wojcik didn't know that we will change the agenda. She has other commitments. So if you have questions, please ask the questions to Professor Wojcik now. Related all the interesting things about bullying, etc., what she presented on the cyberbullying are basically the two sides of one and the same thing. If you have questions, I know that when we ask, do you have questions for 20 seconds, everyone would be silent and then they would go off. If no questions, I have one to you. Please raise your hand, those of you who were victims of cyberbullying or who know someone who was. Yes, yes, quite a few hands. So it's really an important thing. Małgorzata, thank you so much. You,
Thank
of
you very
course,
much.
are
Thank you for
welcome to
inviting me.
stick and listen.
Да минем на
On to my dear colleagues. They will present the Safe Internet Center. Holly and Tiana. So let's wait for the presentation.
Да е първата по важност. Тя нещо се вижда с едни човечета. Синьо-зелени. Благодаря. Да, сега ще изпеем по една песен и ще се оттеглим. Добре, много ви благодаря и се радвам, че...
Thank you so much. It's great to be with you. We'll tell you more about our National Center for Safe Internet. We turned 20 this year. So I hope those of you who do not know that we exist, now you will know and make good use of our center where needed. And if there's child, young person, victim of bullying to reach us. We have 10 minutes or so to tell you about what we do. Polly, next slide. I want to focus on the presentation and I would appreciate help in changing the slides. The Safe Internet Center is for many years around. We are unique because we have a consultative hotline and a hotline, or like counseling hotline and reporting hotline. Back in 2005, we were established and we were part of the Global Networking Hub. It's a hotline organization for children, and we also work with professionals and parents. In addition to the hotline, in 2010, we launched a counseling line. We have psychologists there to provide counseling. And they are not just psychologists, they know the technology. They know where children navigate. They are up to date with all new developments, new risks, new challenges for children. And I try to be a pace, but I lag behind the children. However, this is not the case with the teams that are there at that line, counseling line. The hotline, you can visit our website. It's not really a hotline. It's instead online sample form. It's a form online. You can use it to report something that is illegal or troubling on the internet. Some time ago, we had a tip that there was a game that promotes anorexia and also or suicide even. So if we come across something really troubling, we can report it through this form. We work with the Cyber Crime Directorate in police, and they treat us as priority. For many years now, the center is much bigger. We work also with the Bulgarian Family Planning Organization. Basically, three organizations are the owners, so to say. And what we do is expand it with prevention activities and other exciting stuff. We update the Cyber Scouts program now. It's peer program. Peer-to-peer program meaning children who want to become cyber scouts are supported by peers. And we have 10 young people who counsel us, who keep us current because we are not always on the edge of advanced technologies. So this is one thing that we do. Let's show some data. We're very happy with this, to show this slide, because we are a civil society organization. We are very hardworking, and we are too critical with respect to our work. We think that little has changed. However, you can see how many things we've achieved. For example, we've trained more than 63,000 children, parents, young people. So we are online. We're the only channel available. You shouldn't be shocked by this slide, but we put it as a red flag. Our children spend more and more time online because COVID even increased this time on the internet. So our children are online. We should not negate this. We should have instead to support and train the children to safely navigate this space, to understand what happens by using this online world. We all use it. You can see we have boys versus girls. We work, the colleague from Romania, we work on prevention because many more girls are disproportionately affected by such problems. And from here we have stigmatization, etc. And then the policy would be another stage. And the panelists talked about these two and the stereotypes. Here, the red flag is that many more tips come in related to girls, for example, who have posted nude photos of themselves. Yes, work has to be done with boys, but much more has to be done with respect to girls to avoid being victimized. It's a fact, yes. These are the tips. We're not proud with the tips in themselves. We're proud with the achievements that we did. And last year, we were hotline with among the largest number of tips. This shows that Bulgaria too takes responsible steps to monitor this. So we have for 2024 1.7 million tips for relating to exploitation, violence, bullying, and we also in Bulgaria we also have tips for Bulgaria that are being about alleged such are problems committed in Bulgaria. Here are the calls to the counseling line. We Association Parents is an important part of this hotline, and I'm very happy to see that parents more and more proactively reach out to us. It's most often after a problem has been identified, not as much as prevention, but more and more parents calling means that parents are recognizing us. Children also call us. More children call us than adults. They also can use the chat function. They would rather chat than call. So the social media would be the largest domain for problems. This is consistent with what the previous speaker said. Yes, we work very much to counter cyberbullying. So social media have to be used responsibly, and we should teach our children to be how to use them in a less emotional way. So we can see what happens on the streets and in the streets and in school. You'll take over? One interesting thing, we do not have comparative analysis, but in the past year, a lot of tips related to online games come in. Online games is one area where children can be victimized. For online games, we as a team plan to have a meeting with an expert on online games, and we all the time hone our skills. We have this great lady, we'll be working more with her. The online games by themselves are not a problem. The problem is, again, the way they communicate. And there's data that hate speech will be used, arguments will be take place. It's not the problem that our kids play those games. Yes, sometimes you may kill someone in the games with not that much blood, but the communication is a very important aspect. I'll take over.
Аз само да кажа, че има два микрофона, но ако ви е приятно, си го размените този.
There's an extra microphone, but you can use one if you're happy with this. You put up great show, so I will tell you about some exciting methods for prevention that we use. Prevention for me has been very important, especially for children in early childhood, because once we get to the stereotypes, we're too late. So we work with children, parents, and teachers. All the organizations in the center are experienced in this. Teachers, parents are instrumental. I'll tell you some activities that we carry out to cover these main groups, children, parents, and teachers. We produce great educational resources. You saw them outside. We have guidelines on online safety. Both teachers and children loved it. Regular trainings for parents and teachers on online safety, and training of trainers peer-to-peer. Peers train peers. Young people teaching other young people. This has been said many times. We have to have both digital and analog people included. We have to take into account what young people tell to their younger peers about the risks on the internet. We also have youth campaigns nationwide, counseling, trainings, discussions with stakeholders. More on that later. And training videos. I hope we have time to see it, to watch at least one. This would be the guidelines. It covers different aspects of online safety. You know that artificial intelligence use is a hot topic. So we also employ this with interactive games. We ask children how they use AI. Earlier, it was said that in Bulgaria, there is this problem that school curricula do not have enough lessons on digital literacy. And there is also no enough lessons on civic education lessons. And those things are interconnected. We want to address those gaps. And we have proposals that were welcomed by the Ministry of Education in order to introduce this interactive model in the classroom. Many teachers use these guidelines to have their class teacher lessons, etc. Training of trainers. You know what this is about. It works absolutely great. In the last year, we have 91 trained young people in more than 17 schools across this country. Those children did wonders. Only one training with only 3 trainers reached out to 150 children. So these 91 trained young people with their campaigns and with education lectures reached out more than 2,000 children. This is the most efficient and effective method. We highly recommend it. It's the snowball effect for empowerment. And we talk about children aged 15, 17. So these young people go in the classroom and teach the others. You saw these are like gifts, promotional items. There are board games, there are different instruments with important messages that were formulated by the children. The idea is to provoke thinking and to prompt their younger peers to think. Cards, play cards, they are outside. They are a great method. You know, students like to play cards in the recess. These are real cards. However, they have important questions relating to online safety on them with the answers. It's like a puzzle. It's like a quiz. Another great way to learn. I said how important is to bring together different groups of stakeholders and discuss online safety. So we have meetings with NGOs, media people, different networks, businesses. You may be surprised, but really many people underestimate the risk of having their children spending a lot of time on the internet. And all the time we use a positive discourse because internet is something that is here to stay, and we use it. But we have to take into account the risks too. And in order to finish off, this is one of the best things that we did last year, again with young people, 3 videos. You may say, oh yeah, a lot of videos are being produced. Students from new Bulgarian universities made those videos, and they are based on facts, on true events, tips on the hotline, stories you must hear. And if we have time, we will run on one such video. And you can find more of the videos on the website. So watch there is our English subtitles.
You will have the videos, there are English subtitles. These are young actors, students who entered into 3 types of situations, and often they are recurrent for children, and they tell us why we should not get triggered or be misled by fraud. So we have longer videos and shorter videos, and you can watch them. They're available in our YouTube channel and on our website. This is what we wanted to share with you. Thank you, Yana and Polly. So you will have to leave, just like a minister and directors of associations. They just come, speak for a while, and then leave. Before starting, before giving the floor to Camilla, I want to tell you something about the project. This is a major pain for me. This project was financed by the EU. The European Union gives 50% of the financing. The remaining 50% has to be provided by the state. In other countries, there is such a project, similar projects across the European Union. In our case, however, this is not the case, and we have been looking for various ways to find co-financing. So we thank the British Council in particular because it supported us with some of the 50% co-financing. The project will be completed at the end of this year. We hope it will be continued. We will not receive more than 50%, and we will continue begging for help from institutions. These are the realities we live in. Indeed. I don't know whether people from other countries here are aware. There are such centers in other countries. In Bulgaria, we have one. In Germany, there are 4. And in other countries, these centers are co-financed by the state. But we in Bulgaria do not receive the support of the government, of the state. So we rely on the businesses, on the British Council, on other sponsors. But our problems are quite significant. Just to add that this is happening with excellent cooperation. So we are not real sponsors, rather we are partners. I want to thank you because everything has been very meaningful and you are doing those things anyway. We just build upon. I hate the word sponsorship. We are not in a weightlifting competition, but no, I'm speaking from a conceptual perspective. I provide also information to online participants, and I shared the videos in Bulgarian in our chat box. So please, you can consult our Bulgarian and English language manuals on how to organize videos. The slides of our presentation. We have it on our website and we have it on the National Center website. Now we give the floor to Camila from the Center of Intercultural Initiative Horizon Association. She will tell us about the campaign Body Liberation.
Don't understand what you said. But yeah, my name is Camila, this I understood. And well, it was so interesting. The queen name. Well, I was first. Before the queen, not before her. But what I want to say that I forgot why I'm here. It was super interesting to hear all of you also and questions. But yes, I'm here today to talk about body liberation in Europe. And this is like self-organizing community and movement that is quite new. Body liberation in states started in 60s, last century, and now we are starting in Europe. So I think I need the thingy and know how to use it. It should work. Yes. Oh, it's good. Oh, better finger. Okay. All right, so shortly my presentation will be about what is body shaming, because we'll talk here about body liberation, so we'll go to the aspects of body, about body liberation network, micro-learning methodology, and networking that I would like you to be part of it. So first of all, we would like to challenge body discrimination. Like body liberation movement, it's all about anti-discrimination of all the issues related to weight, shape, size of the body, but also its abilities. And according to NAFA, which is states organization, 1/3 of the world's population is obese. That's of course about the developed countries, but it's still a huge, huge part of all the people in the world. And whatever we think and however controversial is not being fat or not, we cannot say that the issue doesn't exist. So despite numbers, people in larger bodies still face marginalization, discrimination, and fat phobia, size bias are deeply rooted in our cultures. Body shaming, we've got really important for Polish society and especially young people research, which is Young Minds, and explore the mental health of young people and identified body shaming. The research shows that body shaming can lead to serious psychological consequences. And one of them is, of course, depression and anorexia, other disorders. Many young people today struggle with pressure to meet unrealistic beauty standards. So we live in diet culture, we live in be fit societies. And I could talk more, and maybe later we can exchange what young people in our countries and our realities think about their bodies. I work like youth worker also and organize the activities for young people in Poland, and we face it daily. But Body Liberation Network is a tool, it's solution for it. We self-organize a movement of fat activists, how would like to call ourselves, that we come together to advocacy, to educate, research, and to activate also ourselves and others in the form of body liberation movement. Our vision is beautiful. We envision a world where all bodies can live shame-free and joyful lives. Ta-da! And now first steps that we took forward. So in such a world, no one is judged but their body size, type, shape, or ability. Why we focused on it? Because it wasn't exist before, all right? Like the other characteristics, of course, they are, for example, in youth work agenda, we can write applications and to build our new projects on other characteristics like religion, cultural background, economical state, but it was never so much about the appearance. And today's, it's the biggest issue of bullying too. So everyone can grow up and grow old, fulfilling their full potential without unreasonable limitation in physical or societal spaces. What we started and why I'm here, what I'm coming with, we decided to go into the system because it's a lot of grassroots initiatives that they started to organize themselves, but they cooperate or they work out of the system and would like to put in Europe agenda to work on the body liberation. And we applied with different European educational and cultural grounds. And we've started with few projects already. And one of them is micro-learning for body liberation. That's a strategy partnership in Erasmus+. It's already 1 year that we've started last year in Latvia. And you can see here myself representing Poland, Eva from Latvia, Aga from Spain. So 3 different European countries that we gather together to decide what we can do, what can be first steps. We are starting in the beginning. We've got some knowledge, more than 20 years, each of us in European projects. And we decided, okay, let's be focused on young people that we work with usually, and with micro-learning methodology. Micro-learning methodology is, the most important thing is that we give just one piece of information at once. So nowadays, people like scroll every information and it's easier just to give one piece of some information that probably it will stay with someone better than make a lot of information and no one will even go to the end. Then we decided to make website for body liberation, educational online content, online campaign that now is finishing, and local events for dissemination. And everything to foster awareness and grow inclusive practices. So we are like running 3 months campaign that experts from different countries last year were creating different approaches, but also like informations. We decided what is the most important and how to make it in short messages. So it's not too much. And it's also like really simple language that we are using so we can understand more or less. And also we were having information like where happened to you, where to find some supporting group, how to find more information, and all those things in a form of funny, very short videos that young people helped us to create. So they are like created by young people, by volunteers, by students, and they helped us to show by their eyes what can be interesting for other young people. They were like tips of how to address these topics, where to look for help, and podcast episodes, like we can talk already with fat activists, with some people that they are already in the movement or they started in different countries. They didn't know about the existence of other ones. So we've got some influencers there, some podcasters, but also activists. And we all of that can find in this campaign. Also on the website that I would like to invite you later on to go and check, because all the educational materials we've got there, but also we can network there. And the most important, from my point of view, of our results, it's manual, which is of course free to use. And we've got here like activities that we can use on social media and in a classroom and during training courses with young people, but also for teachers and with groups like supporting groups that we can start with body liberation topics here. We've got like around 20 activities, we've got definitions and some good examples. You've got QR code here, so if you will scan, then you've got this free manual, website, and you can check. And also we'd like to invite you to be part of our newsletter, because it's not just about body liberation, about all of the inclusion. And if you've got like already, I heard so many good examples and solutions actually that can help. We don't have till now our manual in Bulgarian. If someone would like to translate, it's more than welcome, because it's in English, Latvian, Spanish, Polish now. But of course, we like to spread. It's a new thing. Just 2 months ago, we created that, and we're already using it in our classes with our youngsters. They like to make those activities, so maybe it will be also interesting for students and young people in your countries. So please go to our website. If it's not the time for it now, you can of course remember body liberation in Europe. And we invite you, if you'd like also to have some your activities in our newspaper, you are more than welcome. Thank you so much.
Много благодаря на Камила за много
Thank you
интересна
so much. It was a great presentation.
Когато каза за смешни видеа, се сетих за един смешен
When you
фрагмент, който
mentioned
винаги много ми е
funny
харесвал,
videos,
когато става
I
дума за body
remember
shaming.
this
Той е
funny thing
How to
about
get a beach body. Step one,
body shaming.
have a body. Step two, go to the beach. И наистина нещата стоят по този начин. И след като вие интересни и търпеливи хора минахте и през трите панела, сега идва момента, в който можете да зададете своите въпроси.
So now you will be rewarded by the chance to ask questions.
Виктория и
Гергана,
няколко думи за себе си.
Let the young ladies tell us briefly about yourselves. Why? What brings you here? You can talk about whatever you want, even about your pets. Feel comfortable.
И първо да кажете коя е Виктория, коя е Гергана, да не стане като с Иван и Андрей, дето само те си знаят кой е, нали?
Who's Victoria, who's Гергана?
А тя е Гергана, сигурно, нали? Познах.
Now we have sound.
Много ще повторя. Аз съм Виктория.
I'm Victoria.
Това трябва да е Гергана.
So this should be Гергана.
Както вече може би беше споменато, ние участвахме в
We took part in the Desinfo Hub this year. We are from the top 3 teams. If you want, we can tell you more about the papers that we prepared with the teammates. We can tell you generally about the hackathon. We can tell you what it is about, what it is to work with some top experts in this country. So, this information is a topic that we cannot be tired of. So, Gerdana, this is me. On your presentation, I'm almost 20. I was wondering whether I've heard about your organization. Then I saw your phone number, and then I remembered when I was very young, very small, there were those pay phones on the streets. We didn't know how to use them, and someone told me that if you dial 124 123, someone will pick up. So we flooded you. with such holes. This brings me back.
Питахте ли нещо или само дишахте в слушалките?
Did you just breathe in when you called, or did you say something? We dropped some jokes, we cracked some jokes sometimes, but made pranks. It would, yes, this is a great thing to use. So you say 99% girls, 1% boys in the tips. So you focus on working with girls, but isn't the problem about this 1% of boys? Does this come from the fact that boys are not very willing sharers? They don't share that willingly. They do not express their feelings. Thank you for this question. The share of boys goes up. They don't. They call less often, and also about nude photos business. It's mainly girls. So yes, we work with boys too. The colleague from Romania, she asked. We just focus. We want more girls to hear us out, but this does not mean that we do not work with boys. We always work in mixed groups for health, culture, education, safe internet. We want and do mixed groups. So in connection with this project, we also identified the following. We have to work with children, with vulnerable groups, meaning some remote, smaller locations. So in the campaigns, we would include children from minorities because they not only are subject to a lot of bullying and pressure, they don't know how to navigate this. Their parents too do not have the digital skills to help them, whereas the schools in bigger towns, elite schools, parents really are more involved, more knowledgeable. They may cut the access to some sites for their children, and the children from vulnerable groups need more our help, more focused help. But real question, we work in mixed groups, boys and girls, which is a good thing. But this would be the numbers. Mostly girls have nude photos. Yeah, you're right that boys do not willingly share. But I don't want to label stereotypes by gender. I hate this book, Men are from Mars, Women are from Venus, because we are all from Earth, after all. But it's a fact that men get more often heart attacks because they hold things inside. They keep them. So Polly, because game-based bullying goes up, and from there, the number of boys bullied goes up too, because mostly boys play those games. Questions? We need the mic because otherwise the translators would not hear anything. Thank you. Back to you, girls. Do you come across illegal content like disinformation narratives? Have you come across bullying, illegal content? Have you come across visual disinformation narratives, or rather text disinformation narratives? Visual versus text. Thank you for this question. My team We worked on the topic, the war in Ukraine. You know, it's for a third year raging. And in Bulgaria, this is a more sensitive topic because of political moods, historical reasons, and the narratives directly on this topic are too many, in my opinion. We singled out more than 70. I'm sure that are more new emerging maybe every month new ones come out. So despite the fact that many of those are not specifically intended for Bulgaria, we found them in other countries as well, Western European countries, and also the rhetoric that comes with those. So, therefore, the topic of our paper was dehumanization of Ukrainian people was related to hate speech, which was the main channel for these narratives. The second largest bulk was direct appeals to aggression, incitement to aggression, texts. And in some channels emerging social media, Telegram, one of them. In addition to direct appeals to aggression, calls for aggression against against Ukrainians, there were also a lot of videos. Illegal, clearly illegal, because they featured killings, photographic material. So I can say that there are all kinds of disinformation narratives around. In textual form, but not only. Because social media develop, online communication modalities develop, and therefore we see not just text, but also graphic images, audio, recordings even are used for disinformation. My friend can also say more on that. My team worked on the J.D. Vance speech at the Munich Security Conference. We looked at Bulgarian media. We didn't come across illegal content. We came across disinformation in more yellow paper, so to say. It was great that we didn't find illegal content. This was good. On dissemination in social media, the fact that the fear of censorship, for example, Facebook have become much worse on regulating, curating their content. My cousin put a profile of Hitler, and I reported it like 5 times before Facebook said to me, yes, we will keep it. So, I don't know, things are getting worse. And as we already heard, do we need regulations? For sure. For sure, we need surveillance and regulation for these purposes. So, 2 questions, maybe. What do you say This, I think it's very important. And I love listening to you. I like the way that you report those things. You mentioned your cousin, younger cousin, and this thing about Hitler. This is not a isolated thing. Many boys, 6, 7 graders, find this fashionable. And if those young people here listen to you the way you talk, they would really listen to you more than they would listen to us. So really a great job with hackathon. I have plenty of questions about the hackathon, but this is for another meeting. Was there any these products, could they be shared with the products out of this activity, were they disseminated? And the other question to the colleague from Poland about the body's liberation, great, colorful, lively presentation, as you are. You are just as lively and colorful as your presentation was. With my colleague Peppa, we have another project with GLENS, involving young people from across the country with contests, media literacy, and this is about school children. And there was a group of children. Their project will be presented in November in the French Institute. Keep tabs on that. So primarily girls who said that this topic is super important for their small community, big community. Their team is more than 20 people. So this frustration resulting from the fact that the way you are required to look like online, boys and girls, what makes you cool? What makes you popular? What you have to wear? What makeup? Even some marketing aspects, like brands, beauty product brands and expensive ones. So, and people feel this as a burden because they have all the time do this in order to keep their popularity. Well, so they have a project on this fake reality that's so glossy on the outside, and actually this reality is a great burden on you. You don't want it because it does not, it prevents you from being yourself.
Back to your question, as Dr. Yurukuvendadi said earlier, there will be another 2 hackathons. They will be for students from schools and from 10 to 12 grades. They will be held in 8 towns and cities, so we will pass on our knowledge to them. Here I will add what we heard earlier on. It is important for us as well. You see, we are young here in this hall, but we should be able also to adapt to speak to people who are younger than us. I am a young person. I have a younger sister, though, and for me, sometimes it is difficult to communicate with her. So my mentorship role is not so easy. So communication is difficult even for us when it comes to younger age groups, but perhaps it's easier for us than for you to communicate and to reach those youngest generations. We need to adapt to learn the language of the younger. Indeed, Indeed, 20 years is between 20-year-olds and sixth graders, there is a big gap. So my family planning experience shows that when we go to schools and speak to students on health education, we go with influencers, and these influencers are very popular among 15-year-olds. So in order to reach your sister, younger sister, or even younger people, we have to use somebody who is even younger than 20-year-olds.
Thank you. Thank you for the comment. I don't know what to what to answer because it wasn't a question. But if there is some project of young people, there are more than invite to our newsletter, because maybe we could spread information among other young people in their age in other countries that we've got this newsletter and activists there. And thank you for a compliment. I love colors. Yes, but also we can stay in touch because Peppa is my personal friend, and totally we could maybe even repeat their project in Poland then. Because also for us in our work, and I also have kids, so it's a lot of examples that people even suicide because they haven't any mark, closure, whatever. So it's huge thing, and body liberation could include those topics. Thank you.
Пепи, знак ли да че искаш да кажеш нещо?
Laura. I know a lot about this line. I know you do a lot of things. The statistics were striking. Does the state do something about this hotline? This is from the Bulgarian Youth Red Cross. He didn't introduce himself because he thinks he's very famous. The British Council, can it resume the idea again, or support the idea? We are lobbying for that. And back to your question, the state still doesn't do anything. I want to intervene here. In December, under the GLENS project, we conducted a study. We had focus groups with experts, and we found what the girls said. In Telegram, in particular, there is a large number of groups of young men, of men, and somehow they had a lot of postings about people and women. Women are really punished by their boyfriends. They criticized the Center for Study of Democracy, commented that many times they have been trying to discuss the issue with the state. They want to monitor the network, but they can't do much. What they do is to monitor Facebook. But in order to ensure serious legal steps, we need monitoring, we need money and people. And these are substantial resources. We know that we have a lot of trolls, a lot of bots which poison our online space. Our reports from the focus groups are available on the link where we publish everything from the project. Later, under this project, we met 150 young people from the country. I was amazed, and people from the Red Cross should also be aware about it. In Varna, we were told that there is a group of 14 to 15-year-olds. Everybody is there, no matter where they study, they communicate with each other. And when a guy has an affair with the girl, everybody knows in that group. So everything, there is no privacy, and this puts pressure on the young children. On the other hand, they cannot withdraw from this network because they have to be part of this group. They have to follow. And our brand is very dark because we live in a dark reality. You received a bee, honey bee, with yellow colors, and this is the symbol that we should work hard as a bee. So we shouldn't give up. This is our reality, and we should make efforts. It's not enough only to communicate something. Things will not be solved on their own. We have 6 and 7-year-olds with smartphones in their hands. We should work consistently with them. I want to thank all of you who work on the ground. For me, it was a real pleasure and honor to experience this energy. We will share it with the schools we work with. So we should continue this effort, and we should include it in the curriculum. I am in favor of that. So this is some advertising for our project. We carried out interesting research. We continue and we create art products. Young people create theater and other performances, projects. Outside there is an excellent exhibition of articles written by young people on disinformation, including the body liberation topic, how it is perceived in the social media. So we work in the field of digital literacy. Young people are very vulnerable, and we should think about it as well. Camila wanted to say something.
Yes, like all our issues that we were talking before, and like I was all the time thinking when you were telling about how your center works and about hackathon. Of course, the main result that I will take from today's presentation. But what I want to ask, that if you do have some workshops, projects, whatever, for young, not only young, but for people to recognize if they are aggressors, like if how to know that I am troll, or how to know that I am this aggressor, like, because sometimes we think it's dark, they are those people that they harass or whatever, but at least I don't know, like around me in our youth work, any workshop. And for example, with small kids, parents talk, no, this is bad, this is good. But later it's confusing, no, like we socialize and actually we don't know even that maybe when I said something about someone's appearance in some way, it's already hate speech. No, maybe not, but do you have some examples? Like, did you do some workshops like that? Not just to help victims, super important, of course, but like how to recognize, identify myself. Am I already aggressor, or this comment is too much? Did you have something like that? Psychologists, experts, Bulgarian people, oh, Italian professor.
More thing, but I think that there is, I mean, we have this workshop in microaggression, and it's about not them that do this thing, but it's about recognizing the unconscious that we have because we are in this position. So I think that the way it's it's not about digital, it's about relationship and privilege, I think. And I think that a small step, it's this on make visible the microaggression that we experience every day.
Има най-различни.
There are various. Speaking about aggression and how to recognize aggression and aggressors, but
Насилието, както се случва в класната стая.
often bullying in the classroom is translated to the online space. We have a lot of role plays where our children recognize who is guilty, how to respond, and where it all started. If somebody sends an aggressive email, or no, sorry, not an email, but a message in a group. If somebody attacks somebody, a classmate in a group. So we included such a role play in our manual so that children can play such role plays and recognize aggression online, and not only physical aggression in the classroom, because the psychological pressure in the social media can have serious impacts on them. But with discussions, role plays, we try to teach them how to respond, how to recognize aggression. It's not a question, but a comment rather. So we are still not aware that we are losing the information war. When we speak about people who work in that field, we should bear in mind that they also need help and support. When you do monitoring, you are in a reality where you fight against aggression, but aggression is 24/7 part of your reality. And in Victoria's examples, there were illegal contents. Of course, you cannot, in order to remove it, you have to see it. I have a friend who is fact checker who gave up on fact checking because he just collapsed mentally. He was exposed to groups where he was under pressure all the time. So if we want to grow our group of advocates, we have to think how to support them. And I think this idea is very valuable for our community. I am really impressed by this discussion. Do you want to say something, to add something? Because every word is a coin, so to say. No matter how hard we try, our efforts are more and more exhausting, and nevertheless we lag behind disinformation, and we don't manage to catch up and to prevent disinformation. And I feel like a marathon runner, long distance runner, but there is always somebody in front of me. Anyone who wants to take the floor? Otherwise, Peppa wants to thank everyone in the hall, but before giving her the floor for closing words, I want to tell you I applaud you. Thank you. A round of applause for everyone here. Dobby and Peppy. And the panelists, of course, if they want to share something. Thank you, everyone, for spending this day with us to discuss those important topics. Thank you. I want to thank all others who are outside in the exhibition. Hopefully, it will reach more people. I want to thank all online participants. We will share the presentations, the materials, the resources. They will be put together in a catalog. We will disseminate them in Bulgarian schools, in other countries with colleagues there. I want to thank all of you, and hopefully we'll keep in touch and continue cooperating, because let's you continue tomorrow. Yes, we continue with the workshop for young people, and we continue with interesting tools and instruments. I know I met an old friend from Cyprus, Stylo, and it's a small world. Our meeting today is meant to create a network, especially with you here and our online participants. You are very much welcome in our network. We have many participants online. Follow us on social media. We have a page on online, and also the British Council provides information about next events. In February, we are going to have a major exhibition. What should happen next? The next conference will be in Romania. Our colleagues from Romania will focus on education. Afterwards, Cyprus will discuss the NGO sector. And in March is the closing conference in Poland. Hopefully everything we have done for the past 2 years, we have learned for the past 2 years, and we have gathered in terms of expertise will be shared. And we will continue, hopefully, working together. So our project means networks, which will be sustainable in time. They will support, they will create an inclusive society for women, inclusive for women, but not only for women. Hopefully, our GLENS network will survive and thrive. Please follow the GLENS hashtag. Hopefully, we'll have more and more supporters, followers. This is the key. We have to ensure safe internet for children, but for adults as well, it's a very important topic. I want to thank our sponsors, the European Commission and its program, the British Council in Bulgaria. Your support is valuable, and especially thanks to you, this event has become possible through the contact network. I want to thank Sofia Municipality for the support for this premise, for the hall, and for all of you who are here with us. Dobby, you want to say something? See you soon. See you soon. See you soon. Follow us on the social media, hashtag GLENS.